There I am. Hello, hello. That's good. Okay. Just ready for a jump scare. Okay. World Championships starting soon. In about 30-ish minutes. Stream starts at 7, but the actual tournament's not starting until later. But I'll hop on a little early. Overwhelming me by like 200. Yes, okay, hang on. There we go. How's that? Let me check some settings in here. Man, I am like all the way up too. That's crazy. Oh, goodness me. Salaryman jump scare. Bear with me, I'm still trying to figure out YouTube. What if I just do this? Would that be easier if I just do that? Yeah, that's definitely easier. Much easier. Oh, actually, you know what? Pop out chat. Ugh, YouTube, you're goated for that. Maybe. Way better. Perfect. So streaming through YouTube does not integrate my chat with Streamlabs, so I have to kind of do a workaround here, but that's all good. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Cool. So I'll be starting here in a little bit. Like I said, World Stream starts in about 5 minutes, but the tournament starts 30 minutes after that, so we're just going to be hanging out here first because... Woo! Got some Obsidian Flames to open. Went to Walmart before the stream, saw this. I was like, well, I don't have the CTB yet, so why don't we open this up on stream before we get into the tournament? Sounds like a good time, yeah. Let me see. Let's go ahead and pop this baby open. This said sleep. True, you're not wrong. But Homeboy needs some Zards, because that deck is broken. is funny, I don't even need like the I don't even need the Pidgeots. I have those. I got those at pre-release, which is my favorite card in the set, by the way. It's so good. We got some packs. Got some packs to open. Some Obsidian Flames. Get all this other. Woohoo! Alright, everything else we can deal with later. Waiting for Groudon deck and the motivation to play TCGs again. Fair enough. I am pretty excited for Groudon. I think Groudon hopefully would be really cool. Which is like kind of lame at the same time because I've been so excited for Stage 2s to come back, and then you know they announced Groudon and I'm like, oh, I want to play Groudon. I'm like, you fought all this time for Evolving Stage 2s to come back and you don't even play them. For shame. The boy. The light is like really aggressive. Nope. That's just getting... Okay. Well. We'll just go off the monitor light. There we go. The boy. He's so angry. He's so angry. Look at him. It's a cute card. Let me get some sleeves. I mean, hold on. Got some sleeves. Gotta love promos that just come in things and are already like warped like that. You gotta love it. Be back here from Walmart, no big deal. Appreciate you stopping by. I think Garchomp gonna go crazy though, to be honest. Alright, let's see if I can position myself in a way. This is gonna be really awkward, I know, but like this is just how my desk space works here. Here we go. We see that. Make sure we get the pulls on here. I'll set them down here, that way they're like not my arm. Bunch of packs, that didn't go the way I wanted it to. Let's go ahead and start things off. No card trick. We're just gonna gun it. Or actually, hang on, is it like 1, 2, 3? Oh, I'm just gonna do 4 and we're gonna see what happens. Oh, I put the the front, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because there's your reverse hollow, so our rare is gonna be right here. Scovillain. Fun card. And then the other stuff. No trainer cards. Unfortunate. Hey, bro, he's going Scovillain on the beat, you know what I'm saying? Want the Revive Room alt? That is a pretty one. I like that one a lot. Get my code cards off to the side here. Okay, so what did I do? I moved 4 to the front in the rare, so I think... I have no idea. I don't actually know what the card trick is for for the Scarlet and Violet stuff. The Rockruff. Hang on, let me get more centered here. Trevenant, Excadrill, Sinistea. Another. We got 2 Scovillains in a row. And Flamigo and Electros. Alright, we're gonna open one regular. That way I can see where the card lies, and then we can do a card trick on the rest of them. That's crazy. We got 2 Scovillain in a row. That's wild. It's a sign. It's a sign that I gotta make that Toxtricity Scovillain deck. Alrighty. Can you tell I'm working with a weird angle here? Fungus, Nosepass, Litwick, Audino, Camerupt, Clodsire, Granbull, Lechonk, the Khmer, right? I can't read from upside down. Great Lechonk artwork, though. Houndour Illustrator Rare, beautiful. And Entei is our regular rare. So it is the code card and the energy that's in the back. Okay, got it. Let's get these guys sleeved up. Entei is actually not terrible. You can slot that in the Charizard deck as a 1-prizer. Not a bad option at all. So I'm definitely with it on that. I'm eventually gonna not have a whole lot of space to work with here. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna move the energy card out of the way too then. And then boom, there's our pack. Alright, let's see what we have. Oh, I think I leaked it. Rowlet, Bunnelby, look at him. Look at him. He's just done. He's like, I cannot believe they put me in this mid set. Are you crazy, bro? That is the most done Bunnelby I've ever seen in my life. We got Reverse Hollow Gloom, Wugtrio, and a Darkrai. Okay, I thought I spoiled something for myself. I guess the foil on the borders was yanking my chain. Charizard, anybody? Is Houndour Altar? Yeah, man. It's clean, too. I mean, you know, you just saw it, but it's very clean. Alright, Charcadet. Which, by the way, let me know if the lighting is, like, real bad. I've got, like, my monitor's, like, tilted down, so I can't really see it. So if, like, the lighting could be better, just let me know. I've got a Ninetales, Poltegeist, Toad Scroll, Reverse Hollow Kraballer, Scovillain, and Holographic Gita. Cool. I'm all about some holographic trainer cards, you know. Better than the regular degular, you know what I'm saying? Alright, halfway point. Pools are not looking good. Still not the worst ETB I've opened in a while, but we're also not done with it yet. So let's make sure first that we get to the end of it before I start making judgments. Wiglet, Shuckle, Bisharp, Magneton, Bronzong, Beartic, Charmeleon, Reverse Hollow Rhyme. Love having those Reverse Hollow trainers. And a Togekiss. Pretty solid in the pre-release. That was like my pre-release all-star right there. Was that Togekiss? It was nuts. Alright, 3 packs left. At this point, I'll be happy if I get even a bulky X at this point. Like, this is ridiculous. Can we get a bulky X? Charmander, that's good. I actually need those. Dratini, Oddish, Finizen, Malamar, Grumpig, Bellibolt, Reverse Palafin, nice. Reverse Electros, and Entei. This is on track to be one of the most cursed boxes I've ever opened in my life. Let's see if Dragonite can save us. Let's see what we got. We got Clefairy, Capsakid, Town Store, Cryogonal, Solrock, Dugtrio, Houndstone, Carvana, Reverse Kangaskhan, and a regular, not a regular, but holo rare Claydol. That Kaboom doll. Alright, so the worst ETB I've ever opened was the Darkness Ablaze, where I got one hit, and that was a Vikavolt V. A card that at the time was not very good. We have one more pack. We have one more pack. Oh my goodness, this has been such a bust. This has been such a bust. Alrighty, last pack magic. Hopes are not high, but let's get it anyway. Gumshoes, Pupitar, Togetic, Reverse Nosepass, Reverse Capsakid. Chat, I'm closing my eyes. How bad is it? How bad is it? I'm looking at chat, but I'm not looking at the card. How bad is it, chat room? Oh! No! No! This is the worst box I've ever opened in my life! Oh my god. Oh, what is this? This set is garbage. Oh my god. What is this? Unbelievable. What is this? Why was this so bad? Oh, I'm upset. I'm upset. Can't believe the best thing that came out of these boxes were the code cards. That's crazy. Unbelievable. That needs to hang on. This is going on Twitter. Hang on a second. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I'm never opening anything on stream ever again. Oh, dear God. Oop, not as the damage counter Twitter. Oh, come on. Ugh. horrendous. Oh well, what can you do? $40 Houndour alt. You want to know the worst part about this? It wasn't $40. It wasn't $40, chat room. That's the worst part about this. I didn't spend $40 on this. I spent $55. Damn, Walmart. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, hang on. Listen, though. Alright, listen. Listen. We're about to cope. Like some Omega cope factor going on here. But just bear with me for a second here. Oh my god, I didn't even get a Charizard. That's the card I need, and I didn't get a single one. That's wild. Oh my god, I'm in pain. I'm in absolute pain after that. That's a whole Street Fighter 6, bro, you're right. Oh my goodness. Well, okay, alright. Alright, we got our, we got our Illustrator Rares, we got our Charmander promo, that's going in the deck, you know. We're coping right now, but, like, it's fine, look, I got a Charmander, Charmeleon, need those two, those are going in the deck. It's fine. A Gita, I'm not going to use this anytime soon, probably, but holographic trainer, we take those. Yo, Pidgey, need that too for the deck. And some more trainer cards that I'm probably not going to use. But, I need them anyway, because they're trainer cards. At least Darkness Ablaze had Grimmsnarl. Yo, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. What a terrible set. What a terrible box. That was bad. Going back to Walmart, I want my money back. That's insane. Oh well, what can you do? Get all this off the desk here. There, that'll be sitting next to me to remind me to never do that again. Says the guy that buys every ETB. Alright, what's going on here, Pokemon? Stream was supposed to start like 13 minutes ago and it's not live yet. Unless this is just YouTube messing up on me, which is entirely possible. No, it's just not live yet. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. Okay, well. Contingency plan in the meantime. Bear with me here a second. Come on now. I even like busted out the playmat for it and everything, man. That's crazy. I sure did. Pog? Live is terrible? Oh god. Oh god. Wonderful. Oh. I think I might have just been saved. Oh, thank god. I think I might have just been saved. Alright, let me make sure that this isn't gonna like blow my eardrums out. Or rather, yours. What is going on here? Oh. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yo, impromptu Worlds tier list before Worlds begins. Check it out. Alright, here we go. Oh, very cool, Trainer Hill. Very cool. Well, so much for that. We tried. Tried, but Trainer Hill failed me. Can I? Oh, that's so sick. Oh. There we go. All right, while we're waiting on this, appreciate everybody here for tuning in. No, we ain't got much going for the next 9 minutes, but I appreciate you. If you could find it in your heart to drop a like on the stream, helps the channel out a lot. Would very much appreciate it. And alternatively, if you didn't know, we do have a podcast. Post episodes every other Thursday. In fact, our newest episode went up today, has all of our world's predictions and stuff like that. You can check us out, Damage Counter Podcast, on all major podcasting platforms. Check us out. Anyway, that's my version of running an ad. Here, let's see. It probably would be better. Here is what we're going to do, actually. Just because I know that y'all can't hear. Right? Can't, like, is this like picking up on the audio side of things? Oh, there we go. That was weird. All right, let me know how that is. We're gonna end up muting it like once I get into the actual tournament, but just for now. Oh, not long now. So let's get some predictions in the chat. What do we think? What do we think about Worlds? What's gonna win? What's the most popular deck? What are we gonna see on stream round one? Let me get some predictions in chat. I think for me, myself personally, these are kind of the predictions I gave on the podcast. We were talking about how probably Guardy and Lost Box are probably going to be the most popular decks. We're not really, admittedly, I'm not like 1,000% sure about that, just because, like, I don't know, there's like, you could tie a lot with those two decks, and that might make people not want to play them, and they're being like heavily targeted as of late. So it's kind of a hard call to make, but they are like very good decks. The two most played decks in the format for a reason. So I feel like that's like the only correct answer as far as like what's going to be the most played. As for winning the event, I cannot shake the feeling that Arceus V-Star is going to take home yet another World Championships. I can't shake the feeling. I'm feeling pretty hot about Arceus Flying Pikachu right about now, to be honest. Or really Arceus Umbreon, I guess is more accurate, but I think Arceus Umbreon with a Flying Pikachu package, maybe not exactly like what Michael Catron played at NAIC, maybe not something quite like that, maybe a little bit more streamlined, but I don't know. I just feel like that's a really strong play for Worlds this year for whatever reason. Just seems to line up. And if not that, I believe in the repeat. I believe Urshifu. I believe Urshifu can take another win uh, to round out the season. That'd be crazy. Could you imagine if Rapid Striker Urshifu won Worlds? That'd be wild. There's like time and again proven that it's one of the best cards ever printed, but has never really been given the opportunity to win a World Championships. It'd be pretty cool if it did, I'm not gonna lie. Four minutes. Another thing I'd be interested to see is if they do all the announcements as part of the opening ceremony or as part of the closing ceremony. Because I think last year they saved a lot of the announcements for the closing ceremony, if I remember correctly. So I'd be interested to see if they have any announcements for the opening ceremony, kind of go back to how they did it before. Could be interesting. Oops. Yeah. Still trying to figure out YouTube. So I was streaming on Twitch. I like never had Twitch open. Like right now I have YouTube open, just because that's the only way for me to see my chat, which is kind of lame. Because if you stream through Streamlabs with Twitch, you get the chat right here in the thing, so I don't need another page open. But I got all these fancy analytics and stuff I can look at. It's actually super sick, very helpful. So it'll be a bit of an adjustment, but we'll figure it out. "60 seconds!" Maybe should have grabbed another Dr. Pepper before all this, but oh well. I'm sure I'll have time. I feel like I need something to shuffle. Like a bigger stack of cards than the meager amount of pulls I got from that box. What do we got over here? Oh. wait, I can't do that. Here we go. All right. We're starting. Let's see what you got. I'm sure my audio levels aren't out of whack. Oh my god, I got pools in here. I might also restream like all the finals. On auto. Oh. Yep. Because low-key VGC, very fun to watch on the reel. Is there a way that I can... I don't think Worlds has ever had an opening ceremony quite like this. Taking full advantage of the fact that it's in Japan. Yeah, okay. Oh boy, alright. Man, that stage is huge. That might even be bigger than NAIC's stage. Well, this just in, everybody. Paradox Rift has been officially revealed in Japan. I'm gonna hold up. Let's see. I want to see if they make any announcements in the opening ceremony, and if not, then we'll take a quick look at some of the revealed cards from Paradox Rift, and we'll talk about them. Let me just see. My friend just sent me the Pokebeach article, and that's kind of crazy that we're in the middle of the opening ceremony, and they're just like, yeah, by the way, Paradox Rift officially previewed. Sorry, this is the English set. Okay, never mind, never mind. No new cards. But it has been announced officially for the West with an Iron Valiant ETB. Very cool. I thought we had new cards to talk about for a second there. It's got to be killer on the arms. It's going to be amazing to watch some of these games on the finals in that stage. Holy. That was cool. That was cool. Goodness. I, for some reason, thought they were playing Viva La Vida or whatever that song is by Coldplay. I was like, mute the stream!
Now that is how we get our World Championships kicked off in style.
Thank you, Tokyo Dagakiden, for that performance and for getting us off to a banging start. Good morning, or Ohio, everyone here with us today. Fans watching
Oh, she's so funny.
My name is Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host all weekend long here in Yokohama, Japan, for the 2023
To adjust these audio levels here is crazy.
The strongest trainers from around the globe have battled to earn their way here, and we'll be witnessing history as over 1,000 trainers compete across Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Trainers will be going head-to-head to prove who is the very best, like no one ever was.
There we go.
Before we get things kicked off, it's tradition to hear a few words from the president and CEO.
Man, she got that Mela look going on.
Welcome to the stage, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Okay. Mr. Ishihara. What do you got for us? Jacket looks sick.
皆さんこんにちは。世界大会にお越しいただきありがとうございます。
Hello everyone, and thanks for joining me at the Pokemon World Championships.
私たちがポケモンの世界を 25年以上が経ちました。皆さんがここ日本の横浜での初めての世界大会に参加されることを大変嬉しく思っています。
It's been over 25 years since we first journeyed in the world of Pokemon, and I couldn't be happier for all of you to join me at the World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan for the first time.
競技を通じて生まれる友情はポケモンにとって最も重要なものであり、世界大会こそがその最高の場所です。
The friendships that are formed through competition are one of the most important parts of Pokemon, and the World Championships are truly the best representation of that.
1年をかけて
It is crazy that
ここにたどり着い
we've been doing Pokemon World Championships since forever, and this is the first time it's in Japan. Why did it take so long?
Congratulations to all of the trainers who have made it here today after their year-long journey.
Kind of crazy to think
そ
about.
して今日ここまでの道のりでトレーナーを支えていただいたご家族やお友達にも感謝申し上げます。
And of course, thanks to all of the family and friends who have supported these trainers along the way.
世界大会のたびにポケモンの最新情報をお届けしていますが、まずはトレーナーの皆さんのバトルに集中していただきたいので、それは日曜の閉会式までお待ちください。
Here at Worlds, we always like to deliver the latest news about Pokemon, but first, we would like you all to focus on our trainers' battles, so please wait for the closing ceremonies on Sunday.
Ah.
ポケモンは私たちみんなで楽しむものです。その最高の楽しみ
So saving the announcements for the closing ceremony, just like last year.
誰が世界チャンピオンの座につくのか本当に楽しみです。
Pokemon is something that we all enjoy together, and the World Championships are one of the most exciting moments for us. The event is about to begin, and I can't wait to see who will be crowned our new World Champions.
皆さんの健闘を祈っています。
Wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara. I am just as excited as you to start the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. I know that Pokemon Go players are with me as an in-game event will be starting later today that features the debut of Pissimian, Pikachu,
Oh, the
appearing
Pissimian
in
model
World
looks a little
Championships
rough.
and other activities to celebrate our event.
Oh, I know it's Pokemon Go. You can't really expect much, I suppose, but
Analysts are ready to prepare you for what's to come this weekend in our pregame shows coming up next. And we have more to share all weekend long, including a special series of videos that honor past World Championship moments and celebrate the themes of our community. Now, everyone who qualified and everyone who has ever competed in a World Championships is trying to make themselves into something more and achieve the status of becoming a Pokemon legend. That's what we based our upcoming first Worlds theme around, and it's called Legendary. Competitors here in Yokohama, get ready to report to your tournament area right after this. I hope you have a great event. Let's kick off the first day of the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
okay.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. You many
Oh, Incineroar.
I keep on it on night. While your passion is the fire, always lighting
Dang, this looks sick.
Training has been taking
This is actually so sick. Because those are all the Pokemon that appeared in the finals of the last World Championship for each of the games. I did actually watch the Grand Finals for all the World Championships last year. It's pretty good stuff. Because they probably won't have Pokken on here, which is unfortunate, but... the flying Pikachu VMAX! That's so silly. Oh, I love him. Oh, very cool. Very pog. What was that?
Players, if you're in the venue, report to the tournament area. And to the yellow car parked in the venue, you left your lights on. Welcome everybody to the Pokemon World Championships. The biggest stage in Pokemon is happening right
Oh,
here.
boy.
The biggest of places, Yokohama, Japan. Welcome in to the TCG side of things. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Pukasukovic. What else can we say?
What's up, Puka?
This will be a legendary event.
Absolutely. Ethan, first of all, how did that car get in here? But, yes, do you have what it takes to win? I mean, that's what it's all about. We're here at the World Championships. Players had to compete.
Glad they brought Puka on for commentary for this.
And this is the
This man's one of the best in the game. One of the best to do it.
your chance to become world champion and become a legend.
Legendary status, and that journey was not an easy one. Of course, events stretching over the years, stretching across a bunch of different locations. Let's take a look at the roadmap of how players got here. Again, this is a celebration of Pokemon, but it's the best of the best.
That's a very truncated roadmap. It's very truncated. More like all the regions in attendance, more like.
Best from all over the world combining here in Yokohama,
That's cool though.
Japan to compete
This is especially cool because
and have kind of a
of like, you know, being in Japan, it's a lot easier for like South Korea, Asia Pacific, the Middle East, South Africa. It's a little bit easier for these areas to get to the World Championships. Which is cool because their player base, at least as far as the TCG goes, is like very much unknown. Like we get reports on their tournaments and stuff like that every now and again, but like it's they're just not too well known. So if there's like some hidden talent there, I mean, this could be the year that like we see them like come out in droves. In all honesty, it'd be super sick. Which is also weird because they have like a different like qualification system than we do. Like they don't do the championship points thing. Or old school, you gotta win a tournament or something, or place well enough at a tournament to get an invite. It's not really like a point system thing, which is a little interesting, but is what it is.
Pokemon TCG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion, over $1 million in prizing, and return invitations for next year's Worlds. Day 1, our trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who meet the required number of match points will advance to Day 2. Day 2, trainers who advance from Day 1 will meet those who earn direct Day 2 invite in a fresh set of Swiss rounds, playing until top 8 is determined. Trainers will then compete in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
Of course, action happening all day today, starting with our first
9:45. Oh goodness.
rounds out
They got like 20 minutes. Come on. Oh Lord.
But hey, things are a little bit differently. They're a lot less risky and a lot less rewarding in this day one bracket.
Yeah, this is a kind of a unique structure to the World Championships on the first day. There are
So
a lot of
8
competitors
Swiss
already waiting
rounds.
for the second day, which is kind of like the next step you need to get to. But for everybody else, the majority of players, you need to compete in the first day. You need to get enough match points to make it into day number 2. So there's 8 rounds. That usually means you got to win 6 out of the 8 rounds to make it on to day 2, and that's really your goal for today. Just get enough points, basically survive till the next day, and then it's a clean slate. You start all over.
This is always something I found really weird about Worlds, is like their day 1, day 2 thing. Unlike regionals and ICs, it's not the same tournament. It's like 2 different tournaments. So day 1 is just surviving to get to day 2. And I'm a little bit glad that there's a possible reason that they'll be changing that for the next season. This is weird to me. Piper Lapine, absolutely broken competitor. Isaiah Bradner. Goodness, dude. That's right, the Hydro Breakout. Oh, Lord. Ooh, brutal. Remember when Regis could do that?
That's so unfortunate.
That's Regigigas for ya.
And what a absolutely huge win here for Michael Pramawat.
So many talented players on this list. I mean,
Oh, these are the day 1 players. Piper Lapine.
if you got to pick one, who are you really looking at?
Rowan Stavino's only day 1? I guess that makes sense. Andrew Mahone.
There's so many people to
That
pick
checks
from.
out.
One name that jumps out to me right now.
They got Diane Shemansky on the list. Let's go.
It wasn't very long ago, but I feel like people have already forgotten. The Rapid Strike, Urshifu, and
James Teal.
took the event by storm. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Cyrus is going to bring here. You see the first.
Oh, this is
Cyrus.
this is a busted day 1.
Out of the bubble for the top 16 for North America, not making it for the automatic day 2. So
That's, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I was thinking that's kind of crazy that Piper didn't make top 16. Like, she won like 2 regionals this season. But like, I guess outside of that, like, it was kind of like mostly bubbles and then not performing as well at the ICs either. So I don't know.
Ultra Ball does get the Pikachu, and Trinity Nova KOs Manaphy. Azul has 2 Pikachus set up on the bench, and I don't know that there's anything Isaiah can say to. He says he can't win. Azul Garcia Griego is the North American International Champion.
Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double checking the weakness.
Yeah, I remember watching the UIC live. That was insane.
If you've been following along after all this
Some
season,
absolutely busted players right there. Why do they got Reagan up there with the basic energy? Oh, jeez.
Now, getting a win at the UIC, finishing second in championship points throughout the year. Reagan Retzloff, number 1 in Masters in championship points, his first season, rookie of the year by far.
Just playing.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. This is Reagan's first year as a master. And he ended his first year as a master ranked number 1 in North America. That is unbelievably impressive.
These are some of the best players from North America, and we will see them in day 2 tomorrow waiting for us in that competition. So they've already earned that berth. They don't have to play in the first day because of their excellent performance over the course of the season, so we will see them tomorrow.
It's going to be so exciting to see how these players are going to go through. Of course, all the talent from day 1 will combine into day 2, or essentially what is the main bracket. This just because you qualify doesn't mean you're right there at Worlds. You've still got than just North America. Europe has had a strong showing. So let's take a look at some of the day one players in the European region.
Stefan is one turn away from winning another field blower. Are you kidding me?
Useless. Utterly useless. This is just
Is Stefan Ivanov a day one player?
series of draws I've ever seen.
I don't know that he can even prevent it, and that's
There's
it.
nothing that he can do. Stefan Ivanov is your back-to-back
Stefan Ivanov is day one?
champion.
What?
Nope. Robin plays two Buzma, one on the discard.
Robin is day one? What? Well, hang on.
In his deck.
Is the Lele there? It is. Wonder tag.
Kuzma and
Huh?
Robin Schultz is the 2018
Europe has like some of the most broken players in the game. Like Stefan Ivanov, multi-time IC champion. Robin Schultz, 2018 world champion. Andres Skubal, last year's world champion. And these guys are all day one. Who is day two in Europe if these guys are day one? Europe is such a broken region, man. They're like unbelievably talented.
New players, old players. I mean, Sammy Sakum is a name that pops up.
Jesper Eriksson,
Years ago, I'm sure you have countless
Robert
names, and it's
Kimbrough.
awesome, at least from my perspective, to see him here at the World Championships year after year, and it's going to be so exciting to see how these
Philip
people-
Scholes, Joe Bernard, Antoine Boulet. Yo, you love to see it, the lovely Antoine Boulet.
You know, Europe has been a very strong region for many, many years now. You see former world champion Robin Schultz on this list, and another one, Andrei Skubal, who just won last year. They're both going to be competing in day one of this event.
That
this
is
year. So just tons of excellent players
wild.
here as well.
I mean, clearly Tort is a day two competitor, right? Like, obviously.
The ones who have had excellent performance this year. Let's take a look at the three standout players from the European region.
Pedro Torres, of course. Another busted player.
Retreats to the pump, Kaboo, but I don't think
Let's see it, Andre. Are we going to see a boss's orders in his hand? There it is!
Wait, they have the Andres Skubal bit again.
World champion for the second time in 3 tournaments. Europe's gone and done it, Joe.
I thought they were highlighting day two players.
So much talent throughout.
I mean, okay, fair enough.
The reigning world champion. We haven't seen a back-to-back champion, so you know we could go ahead and see that again. And Tord Reklev, what more can we say about Tord? I feel like at this point, with his success in the modern era, he is the most known player. He completed the perfect circuit of the international championships this year, finally winning the Latin American International Championships. That one thing that's missing from him. He's got great events, wins at regional championships, wins now at 4 international championships. Can he get that world's win? He's got a top 4.
4-time international champion. That is unbelievable.
Top 4 is Pedro. He's had an excellent career at this point, honestly. Tons of top 8s.
I'm dropping cards.
Championships, a former international champion as well. So we have excellent players from all over the world. These are just some of the players we're highlighting. And of course, Andre, we did note, does have to go through day one this year. So we'll see how that ends up going for him.
The grinder is not easy, even to former world champions. You've seen him on the list for multiple regions, and I'm interested to see how this all plays out. Latin America and Oceania also coming in strong. Let's look at some of the talent who have made it to day one of Worlds.
He's going to take the knockout here on that Archeops going down. Another prize card to 2, but this is going to
Gustavo Wada!
handshake. Gustavo Wada is going to be our victor.
Pinging the Greninja, putting 10 damage on it, the scoop up net as well, and there's a lost mine. Pablo Mesa taking game number 3.
So, as Angus, you know there's already 8 cards in the love zone, so I feel like you'd want to worry more about, knocking out your attack.
So much talent. We always talk about these regions. They've had great success at the world stage. Lots of names popping out. Latin America has performed extremely well this season. Wouldn't be surprised to see some of these players from this region making it into top 8.
Yep, we saw Gustavo and Pablo there, both day 2 players. They've been excellent players for a long, long time. Pablo also casted a few events this year and still managed to make list of excellent players to watch, this time from LATAM and Oceania. Yeah, I mean, just not that long ago, we have a world champion from the Oceania region, so we'll see if that can happen again.
Speaking of which, we can highlight our Day 2 players from the Latin America and Oceania region. Let's take a look.
And use for Cargo GX.
He's going to remove all the energy, and that is going to do it. Your 2019 Pokemon Trading Card Game Masters Division World Champion.
See, boss
Big man, Henry Brand.
easily cleared things up there. Zacian V going to be knocked out, and that is going to close things out here.
All right, okay. Keep it together.
So much incredible talent. Henry went on a tear this last quarter, essentially getting a Day 2 invite in the last quarter, came over to a U.S. Regional Championship, took it down, and just carried that momentum to skipping through Day 1, and that's a huge advantage for all these players we've been highlighting in Day 2.
Yeah, Henry took his almost like month-long trip to America to just farm some NA regionals, and then now he's here.
And farm NA regionals he did.
World champion in the field. Pablo, maybe at this point, one of our longest tenured players at the World Championships. Back in 2005, has a top 4 finish at the World Championships, has multiple top 8s as well. Looking to have
I think we still have like 10 minutes before we get to round 1.
I believe was the #1 ranked player in Latin America. So just excellent players.
That is correct. Pedro is the #1 ranked player in Latin America.
Best here at the World Championships. I'm glad we get to highlight more players, get to tell the stories of everybody, but everybody here is great.
So much talent. Would be happy with so many different world champions and all these players, as we keep highlighting.
I was not anticipating such a long
Lots more regions to
startup, but I guess I should not be surprised.
of our players for Day 1.
That's just usually how these things go, I guess.
With a lot of these players, but listen, we've had some crazy stories of players making it through the Day 1 grinder, making it through the Day 1 competition at Worlds, and becoming out world champions.
Oh.
Look, anybody loves a good underdog story, right? I am all for it, and I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a learning experience for us as well. This is an opportunity for us to get exposure to players from regions that we're not used to seeing in coverage. In our North America, Europe, Oceania, Latin America, those regions, we get a chance now to see talent from all over the world, and maybe we'll see some of these names pop up as the event goes on.
And there are a few players in the Day 2 of this region looking to stand out and represent their bracket. Raz is a big name that steps out to me. Top 8 at OCIC earlier this year, has had great success throughout, and looking to convert that into a big finish at the world stage.
Yeah, and I mean, what better place to make your name than at the World
Raz really has been playing super well
Like I said earlier,
this whole season.
you have a seat here, you have a chance to win the event, you have a chance to start your legacy here in the Pokemon TCG, and these players are going to be looking to do just that.
Lots to talk about. I'm super excited to see. We're getting through all this pre-game show, and I know the one thing I want to see more than anything is how the meta has shaped out for this event. Day 1, Day 2, but how decks are Day 1 really
Oh,
makes a difference. And
hold up. We have deck usage analysis? Hold up. All right, let's take a look at this. Let's analyze this here a little bit. Yeah. Wow, okay, so hold on. Lugia V-Star as most played deck in the field. First off, an important thing to note here is that the meta percentage is way less like one-sided than it was at NAIC. At NAIC, we saw a huge amount of players playing Guardia, a huge amount of players playing Lost Zone Box. Those numbers have kind of evened out a little bit. As you can see, there's still a lot of Guardy, there's still a lot of Lost Zone Box. So, you know, the decks are still popular, the decks are still considered good, but it's a lot more even meta share, which is really cool. What I did not expect to see was Lugia being the most represented deck. A lot of people have been disrespecting it lately, just talking down on it and all that stuff. So I could imagine that like a lot of people are thinking like, well, if people are disrespecting it, I can play this and I'll just run the gauntlet and hope the coin flips go my way. And generally speaking, if the coin flips do go your way, especially in a field of people disrespecting this deck, then like you win every time you set up, basically. right? So not a bad call here. I am a little surprised to see it, to be honest, but not a bad call. Guardy is Guardy. It has been considered the best deck in format. Seeing it at second is a little surprising under Lugia, but is what it is. This is the big one, I think, for a lot of people, honestly. Giratina Lost Zone has been getting a lot of hype leading up to this event. Ever since Silver Tempest came out, people have been calling this deck trash, been saying this deck isn't good, and that narrative's kind of continued into Paldea Evolved. But recently, especially after the NAIC, people started to realize that this deck is actually good, like I've been saying for the past several months. So it's nice to see it get some representation here at Worlds. Lost Box falling down a lot, and I don't necessarily disagree with this. The format just feels really weird for Lost Box. Like, it's obviously a very powerful deck, but I don't know. That just seems like there's a lot going against you in this format. A lot of big Pokemon, a lot of beefy Pokemon, a lot of Lost City, and just you don't nearly prey on as many other decks as this deck used to. So this is actually kind of making a little bit of sense to me. And Arceus Giratina being 10%, I would have expected this to be higher, to be honest. I feel like Arceus Giratina is like such a safe pick for day one. It's just a safe pick in general, and honestly, one of the contenders I had for winning the event, just because I think Arceus just in general, I think is really strong this weekend. And of course, Arceus Giratina just being like very low to the ground, has a really strong game plan, super easy to play, fairly consistent. I would have assumed this to be higher, but interesting meta share altogether. Again, I was not expecting Lugia to sit at the front of that there. So really interesting stuff. Oh my goodness, that's PTCGO in the background. Free them! I don't care about your gold sword. Give me PTCGO back. I cannot believe they have PTCGO footage after live. After PTCGO has been officially discontinued and after live has officially released, we have PTCGO gameplay footage happening right here. That is... They know. Please bring it back. Please bring it back. Unbelievable. Anyway, yeah, you guys can rewind and get that code, I guess, if you wanna Dark Zard on PTCG Live. I would highly recommend it. That deck, I've been testing it, is quite good. It's also kind of crazy to see Mew, like, just isn't on the graphic at all. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that. Just because Mew has just been so dominant since it came out. That's kind of wild. I had a feeling. I was like, are they going to just skip out on the Japanese players? Watching 3 streams at once? Let me guess, you're watching mine, you're watching Unite, and you're watching VGC. Daichi Shimada's a day 1 player? Shintaro Ito? Oh my goodness. I don't see Takedo Seki on here. Maybe he's day 2. Ryota. Man, these are all day 1 players? That's wild. This is... I think this might be one of the most... This might be one of the most stacked day 1 of Worlds I've ever seen in my life. This is insane. Shiny hunting Latios. Have fun. That sounds dreadful. It's a little awkward that they don't have pictures for like half of the players.
There's always motivation to be world champion, but it would feel even sweeter to win the first world championships in Japan.
So much love for this region, all the other regions as well. Let's take a look at how South Korea is shaping out to be. Of course, players qualifying for their systems a little bit more back and forth and different depending on how these players are qualifying.
Sorry, they're gonna show us South Korea. I'd be very interested to see. What I want to know. What I want to know is what game is Sajin Park playing at Worlds this year?
Yeah, we'll see some names of
He did win a pretty big Japanese or South Korean PTCG tournament
cover very often, so we are less familiar with
quite recently.
everybody had to earn their way here. We'll just have to see as the tournament progresses.
I don't see Sajin Park on here, so maybe he's playing Unite.
The standings.
Jake, maybe you can
At least one very, very
can let me know.
player in day 2 from South Korea, but some of these players as well will be looking to make a name for themselves.
Let's take a look at that recognizable player. I feel like whether you play the Pokemon TCG, whether you play Pokemon Go, or of course if you play the Pokemon
Oh, Sajin Park. Yep, there he is.
is a name you recognize. Now Sajin has completed a very unique feat at the Pokemon World stage. He has qualified for every single game for the Pokemon World Championships, and this time a day 2 qualification for Worlds, and he did it with a deck that we don't give a lot of
That's
love.
crazy.
Like, maybe the younger brothers
That's crazy. He qualified for every single game and got a day 2 invite for TCG. That is absurd.
Moment with the Pachirisu, what everybody remembers.
That is absurd.
At least the second time that Sajin has qualified for day 2 of the World Championships in TCG. Just all around, maybe the best Pokemon player ever. Whatever Pokemon
Unbelievable.
he becomes an expert at it and makes it to the World Championships. But yeah,
So he did win that big Korean tournament with Miraidon. So I wonder if he's playing Miraidon at Worlds this weekend.
I mean, it's easy to say that, look, it's the World Championships. We have players from everywhere, but when you go by region, it's amazing just to see how many players from around the world have qualified. They've dedicated.
Should be getting into round 1 any minute now.
And now their hard work has paid off.
Their pre-game show is almost over.
Exciting to see. I mean, Sajin has made it very clear that he loves Pachirisu. There is a Pachirisu that you can play from Scarlet and Violet base.
He's my hero, dude.
Maybe the best
On God, for real, dude.
as we continue to go through.
What a legend.
Asia,
What an absolute legend.
players qualifying. There are a few players that maybe we sort of recognize or see a little bit as well. I know Quilom Lee is a player that we featured on the stage a few times as well. He has made it to day 1. You never know with these regions. A lot of these players, just like the other regions from Asia, they get to play with these sets a little bit earlier than we do in the play Pokemon circuit, right? So North America, Europe, Latin America, Oceania. So they might have the necessary experience and time commitment to this format to have an edge and have that more information. Every information, every advantage you can get at this stage is key, and it truly is an advantageous position to be in.
Yeah. Jitmin Lim is a player who stands out to me. Has been competing at the World Championships for over a decade now. Yeah, there's actually several players out here I recognize who have had lots of success at the World Championships. So
I'm really excited to see if any of these lesser known regions have a deep run.
Their respective Asia Pacific regions. A few players to look at as well. You never know what can happen. I mean, the system works so weird. It's sort of unaware to us whether you have a strong finish at something like a national level championship or a local championship. I mean, both show something. Performance at a national championship shows when the time is there, when the pressure is on, you can place at these events. But at the same time, they give credit to these local events. If you're going to consistently place at these events, giving championship points, winning local events over and over and over again, that level of consistency, it has to be praised at this point.
absolutely. And this is a great opportunity for these players to have a great showing and tell their story. And again,
Also trying to keep up with the group chat at the same time to see how James and Caden are doing.
all it takes, Ethan, very simple. Just win.
Gotta cheer for the boys.
Listen, neither of us have done it, so we can't talk it up too much.
I wasn't even close.
But you got your share at some more events than I do, so I can't talk as much as you can. But sometimes players have their demons. Yours was Worlds, mine was not having maybe enough time to play in the competitive circuit.
get started here. There's just been so much anticipation leading up to this event. It's the whole year. Everybody is just excited. I gotta make it to Yokohama. I gotta make it to the first World Championships in Japan, and it's hard to believe that we're actually here. We're in the middle of it, and
Any last minute predictions? Because I think they're about to get started with round one. Last minute predictions for what wins this weekend.
Indeed, and I don't know about you, but sometimes I've made some great predictions this year, but this is where
Bookfinder doesn't have Audios as an option for some reason.
between the casters, each other props if we pick the right cards. Let's see what we picked out together.
You can check out Blissy's video. I think he has a video on RNG manipulating Audios. I think. Predictions most likely to succeed. Ross with Miraidon. That's a gutsy pick. Puka with the flying Pikachu. I knew he was based.
I'd love to see it. You know, it's such a funny card to come out of that Celebrations, the 25th expansion, and a card that didn't look very serious.
Palkia V-Star. It's an interesting one. Palkia is a very consistent, I don't know, it's just as far as its damage goes, as far as just everything about it, it's just consistent, but does it, I don't know, sometimes it feels a little too balanced. Much older version? Oh, I see. Yeah, Kyle Sukovic is extremely based for having flying Pikachu on his most likely to succeed. Yeah, Arceus, flying Pikachu, Umbreon VMAX. I think those are my big ones to succeed for this weekend, I think. Giratina I think is pretty safe as well. So is Guardy. Like I said, Miraidon is an interesting pick there. I hope he's right, because that would be sick. That would be sick.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing here is that there's a wide variety of strategies that can be successful. It's a wide open field here at the World Championships. There are a ton of different decks that could come out on top of this weekend. I think, we see you and Chip both picking Arceus V-Star. I think that's a safe bet. It's one of those cards that just, it feels like with each new expansion, more important things or more powerful things are going to come out and push it out, but it's just, Starburst is just too good. You get to search for 2 cards. Trinity Nova does just enough. The high HP. It's just a solid card.
Yeah, Starburst go crazy, bro.
Hard to go wrong indeed. I took a little bit of a risk.
I'm not live? What is this?
Pick something more risky with Chien-Pao. Sableye, UV-Max, all solid cards. It really could be anything at this event, and so much excitement. We're almost ready to get into our first round. How are you feeling as we're getting into Worlds?
Alright, first round.
I'm excited. I mean, the World Championship.
Inteleon is going wild in Unite. Pentakill in the first 4 minutes of game 1. That's incredible. That's incredible. I was watching some Unite videos a week ago from Spraggles. He was like, yeah, I think Inteleon is going to be really important for Worlds this year. And I was like, alright, I don't know anything about the game, but I'll follow it. That's so sick.
Well, you've heard enough talk from us. I know why you fans are really here to view some Pokemon TCG action. Round 1 of the World Championships. Let's throw it down to the stage. Get in.
Oh, there is a car in the venue.
Check out where our players are. See, we weren't lying about the car. It's out here in the venue. It's parked out. Keep the lights off. We told you nicely. As we get into our round number 1, and it feels like as tradition at the World Championships, like putting our returning world champion on the stream,
Andres Skubal playing Lost Zone Giratina versus Lugia V-Star. Not a particularly, well, I don't know. This one gets a little weird, right? I think it really just takes Giratina coming out the gate swinging, right? Like I think like you just have to have a super strong start with Giratina to like solidify a good spot in this matchup. Because this is one of the only decks in format that can consistently threaten the Giratina V-Star with a one-shot. With things like the Tyranitar V, and then of course you have V-Guard energy as well, which would allow Lugia to survive a Lost Impact, which is problematic. I know some lists have been playing Choice Belt as of late, so that could come into play here, depending if Andres plays it or not. There's a lot to wait and see. On the other hand, like, again, though, you kind of got to get set up, right? Because if you let the Lugia player get ahead, you know, these big knockouts keep coming from Tyranitar. The Lugia gets bulky. They start throwing in these one prize attackers. And there's also stuff like that is like you can't really like rely on a one prize game against the Lugia because they can just do the Cragalanche and start milling your deck. And for a Lost Zone deck, that's like extremely problematic. Giratina is unique as a Lost Zone deck that it has some hand disruption elements. Path to the Peak, Roxanne, Ayano. So it's unique in that way compared to other Lost Zone variants, but it doesn't really work in the late game. Because in the late game, if you have the Archeops out, the Archeops are doing their thing, right? Like you're playing off the board at that point, so it's a little less problematic. So long as Lugia sets up is the thing. So if you hit them with the path early and they're just like bricking, then like you're chilling. Like that would be one scenario where you get to maybe slow down a little bit, but so here we are, round one. Looks like Andreas Flores have very similar sounding names. Looks like he is going first. Starts with the Squawkabilly. Kind of an interesting inclusion to have that in Lugia. Oh, and he's got the Tyranitar bench. I didn't even notice that. Jet Energy to make it active. Squawk and Seize because there is absolutely nothing in that Not a single playable card in that hand. Just a whole bunch of energy. It looks like Andreas's Lugia comes down to a coin flip. Ooh, heads. That means he has to get an evolution. He does have Mesagoza in hand. So after he finds his evolution, he can put the Mesagoza into play, flip again, and hopefully find his Lugia. But if that fails, then he's ending his turn without a Lugia V in play, which I almost think you have to scoop at that point. Because you're then giving Giratina a turn to Abyss Seeking in a matchup where it normally doesn't get to do that, which is wild. That's kind of wild. So here we go. He's eyeing it down. I mean, yeah, this is your only out. You have to. What'll it be? Heads. Okay, so he does land the Mesagoza flip. So he will get the Lugia V into play. Not too bad. I don't recall. So I believe he had V-Star, Research, and I believe a few other supporters in the hand. So it's not looking too bad for next turn. I believe he's got the Archeops, the V-Star, a couple supporters, and like an energy. So not too bad. He can research away. So yeah, if the Mesagoza stays in play, he can flip for an Archeops and then send it away with research. We'll have to wait and see. Andres Skubal, he's got a couple of Battle VIP pass in that opening hand, it looks like. You'll love to see it. Could you imagine if Andreas like just missed the Mesagoza flip there? You think like you probably just scoop on the spot, right? Like most likely, anyway. Maybe not on the spot, but you definitely try something. Andrej looking very intently, looking after that. Oh, hello! So Andrej grabbing the Spiritomb, which is actually pretty good against Lugia. Prevents Luminion V from being used as long as it's on the bench, or as long as it's in play, rather, which is really good. A lot of Lugia's momentum in the early game is very reliant on supporters, so it's a pretty good strategy to get the Spiritomb out just to limit Lugia's options. Is definitely really good. Unbeknownst to Andrej, Andreas' hand is pretty good without Illuminion, so it's a little unfortunate there, but still safe to get it out nonetheless. And then filling up the bench with a Battle VIP pass and a Nest Ball, an additional Battle VIP pass and a Nest Ball, I should say. And yeah, turn 1, no supporter, Lost Zone deck, and your bench is full. We got 2 Giratinas in play, 2 Comfey, and the Greninja, and it's time to start drawing some cards. Concealed cards, discard an energy, draw 2. What do we find? Not a whole lot. We do have a Colress in hand. Basically what we're looking for at this point is a card to switch Giratina out of the active so we can start getting those flower selecting abilities going. Looks like a pretty easy Colress, all things considered. Battle VIP pass is basically useless now, so you can send that to the Lost Zone, no problem. Looks like he opted to send the other Comfey as well. Again, no problem. Bench is already full. You got 2 in play. And you typically don't need more than 3 each game anyway, so not a big deal. Looks like he forgot to play a card there. Oh, no, it's Escape Rope. He just, okay, I just see it off the side there. Escape Rope to get the Tyranitar out of the active. Comfey to active. Flower selecting. Does have a Jet Energy in hand, so... And it looks like that might be his only way to switch. So the option becomes either Jet Energy into Comfey and Flower selecting again, or Jet Energy into the Giratina and go for Abyss Seeking. Abyss Seeking is a little riskier, as it does leave your Giratina active, but it does put more cards in the Lost Zone. And of course, with Andrej throwing that Path to the Peak in play, definitely a good play. Try to hold off the Summoning Star for a turn while that Giratina V is stuck in the active. Vulnerable, not to mention playing the Escape Rope and taking advantage of the fact that Andres made the Squawkabilly active, means that not only is he going to have to get rid of this path, ideally find a second Archeops, get it in the discard pile, but he's also going to have to commit resources to get this Squawkabilly out of the active as well, which could potentially be problematic. I know he's got research in hand, so, you know, discard draw 7, it is possible you get into the cards needed to do all that stuff, but the more things you throw on top of it, the harder it becomes, right? So we're going to see the gift energy attachment to Squawkabilly. That makes sense. You want to be able to retreat it, and if you do get 2 Archeops into play this turn, that does save your Primal Turbo from being used to have to pay that retreat cost. Oh, not a great hand off of the research. We don't see a counter Stadium in hand anywhere. Second Lugia V hits the bench, probably a necessary precaution at this point. Oh man, not even an Archeops or a way to... The only way to get an Archeops in hand is Ultra Ball, but that is also what you would want to use to discard that Archeops, so it's a little problematic. He's already committed his attach for turn, so read the wind on the Lugia V that he just benched is not an option. Ooh, it's not looking good. Are we about to see the Motivate for 20? With a Lugia V-Star? That would be unbelievable. But I don't really think there's much else you could do. Like, you could play the Ultra Ball, maybe thin some cards out of the deck or whatever. You know, try to get something going, but I don't really think there's anything you can get in the deck that would be worth it. So Andreas, realizing there's nothing he can do, passes the turn. I think he forgot that Squawkabilly can attack, he could have at least motivate for 20, like at least, right? Like that 20 damage has got to come in handy somewhere, right? That's a single strike energy, you know? So either way. So yeah, pretty bad swing and a miss off of the professor's research from Andreas there, giving Andrej that free turn he needed to get a little bit of an additional setup. A little risky, a little bit, you might even say greedy on Andrej's behalf, but it definitely paid off with that early path to the peak. He's going to attach the grass energy. We have 5 in the lost zone now. So just playing 1 Colress does get you to 7, but looks like things aren't looking too good for Andrej's hand either. Just attaches an energy and goes for an Abyss Seeking, hoping that he can keep the path stuck for 1 more turn. The top deck of the Radiant Serena is not helping things for Andreas here. Andres just might get away with this. So we see the double turbo energy being a Ultra Ball, getting rid of a few cards from the hand to get that second Archeops, likely going to retreat into the Lugia V and discard it off of Read the Wind. You get that second Archeops in the discard pile, you see 3 additional cards, hopefully, probably what you need this, and then start off in the next few turns. Getting some movement going. That Lugia V. Dead and see will probably help that. Seems good as long. Disruption going here. We have the Psychic Energy from hand, Giratina V-Star, and we're hit the field now that the Lost Zone is at 7. Say I was expecting to see a Giratina get powered up first game, but hey, I'm about it. So we're going to see some energy come out of the deck. I imagine these are likely all going onto the Giratina, just to power up a backup attacker. Easy 2 prizes here. Body. Here. Let me do this. This might be... Mic is cutting in and out. Okay, yeah. Let me switch mics here real quick. I was using the headset for convenience, but if it's going in and out. This is an old headset. Switch here. Perfect. Means I can take this off. Oh, actually. Nah, it'll be alright. Oh, audio streams. Oh! Hold up. Might have just been some... Okay, hang on a second. I've got some stream stuff to adjust. Is this better though with the other mic? In fact, I might be coming in a bit loud now. Let me know if that's better. I'm going to take a look at some settings here real quick. No, that's all good. I wonder if that was a network hiccup. Okay, let me know if that's better. Hopefully it is.
Better. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. Also, welcome to the stream, Exodus Arms. I don't believe you've seen you here yet. Okay. So yeah, just like I was thinking, the energy on the Giratina makes sense. We see the evolution as well, and it looks like, yeah, it looks like lost impact for KO on the Lugia V. Makes sense. Checks out. Seems good. Didn't manage to disrupt the hand, so the counter stadium does come into play. We're going to see the summoning star for the two Archeops. Primal Turbo is going to power up this Tyranitar here. Pretty easy response KO. We are going to see the gift energy as well on the back of that last Primal Turbo, which is really good. Meaning that if that Tyranitar gets knocked out by damage, that Andreas is going to be allowed to draw back into a hand of 7 cards, which is going to help him kind of keep the plays going, which is really good. So with the 2 single strike energy in play, that is going to be enough for a knockout. Benching the Yveltal. So I have to think about that. I'm not sure about the Yveltal. How much damage does that do? I gotta look this up real quick. I don't know, the Yveltal's a weird play here because from what I remember, I don't believe that that card does like a ton of damage, even with single strike energy. Yeah, so it's like base 110. So even with single strike energy, that's like, what, 130, 150, 170, 210. Not bad for a 1-prizer, but you have to commit all of your single strike energy to get there. 130 HP is good, though. It's not just going to get murked by Sableye in one go. We do see the single strike crush discarding V-Guard and Urn of Vitality, which is not ideal. Those Urns of Vitalities are actually pretty important to recycle the single strike energies that Andreas is probably about to lose. Oh, hi, Chris. It's hard to recognize people by screen names. Unless you're Jake, because Jake's boring. However, I really don't think this is a bad spot for Andrej. He did get the first KO, so the prize race is in his favor. As long as he can keep taking knockouts, it's really not possible for him to lose. He just has to set up these Giratinas, right? So I believe only 1 Mirage Gate has been used. No, possibly 2. So that's not too bad. He does have 1 Giratina in the active. Just benched the second one. Should be in a good spot to keep the game going. I do see Andreas. Oh, resent that. Hey, listen, man. I don't make the rules. So let's see. So I guess the idea behind the Yveltal here is probably just to skew the prize trade, because Andreas probably does realize that with Andrej taking the first KO, that he is kind of in the lead on the prize race here, especially with that Tyranitar stuck in the active now. Ooh, we do get the Roxanne off of the Colress. That's actually really good. Because what he can do, and admittedly, again, he's still going to be playing off the board, so it's not going to be like as disruptive for Lugia specifically as it is for other decks. But what he can do next turn is he can play the Roxanne, and if Andreas has a Pokemon with gift energy attached in the active spot, he can pop the Star Requiem in order to not activate the gift energy. So it's a matter of if he's going to do that here, or is he going to maybe try to save that for later. Currently hard to tell, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I think part of the audio there was a bit of a network hiccup, because my audio bitrate went down to 0 for some reason. and I have it set at like 160, so I don't know what that was about, but the external mic's probably better anyway, so. Alright, so we are going to see what I assume to be the third Mirage Gate come down. It's going to be a classic Psychic and Grass to Giratina V. All good here, makes sense. No, Andres just seems like in a good spot right now, to be honest. And I don't think he's used any Gust either, which is like doubly good. And I don't know if maybe he's lost zone some, maybe, but we do see the additional attachment to the active. So what's cool about this play, or like doing things this way, is that attaching that energy to the active allows him to go for Lost Impact, Lost Zone 2 energy, and that keeps 2 energy on the Giratina on the bench and 2 energy on the Giratina that's in the active. What that allows for, since he only has 2 prize cards left, he only needs 1 more 2 prize knockout to win the game. So what this allows is no matter which Giratina gets active, if the one on the bench gets bossed for an easy KO on the V, or if the one in the active gets knocked out through just sheer numbers, all Andrej has to do is take whatever other Giratina survives, make sure it's a V-star, flip over the V-star marker, take 2 prizes for it, and the game is over. So I do like that line of play from Andrej. So we're going to see the Messagoza for the Tyranitar V. And it's kind of tough, right, as Andreas. It's like, this is a pretty tough position to be in. It's like, sure, I mean, you could attack with the Yveltal, but the Yveltal's not taking any meaningful KOs. Even on the Giratina V, if you have 4 single strike energy on the Yveltal, even attacking the Giratina V, you miss it by 10 damage. Which is unfortunate. And you have the 2 single strike energy in hand, so you're not going to be able to accelerate those with Primal Turbo. Of course, you could attach one from hand. There you go. And just, yeah, I mean, essentially all he's going for here is just kind of a prize trade skew, just hoping that Andrej doesn't have any Gust to deal with a 2 prize Pokemon by himself a turn or 2 possibly. Andres' hand is pretty big. Hasn't really been disrupted, and yet we have the boss on the Squawkabilly and Star Requiem for the game. So a little bit of bad variance for Andreas there. Things just not, like the cards are just not falling in the right order for him, and that's going to happen, right? Like, that's just kind of how Lugia V-Star operates. You know, you're at the whim of the draw. If you find what you need, great. You're probably winning. If not, you know, shuffle them up, go to the next game. It is what it is. But Andrej, I mean, absolutely killing it. Made all the right plays. I love Dylan in the chat, in the group chat. He's like, "Oh, beautiful." Listen, if he's saying he played Giratina beautifully, I believe it. I trust nobody more with that sentiment than him. Alright, shuffling up, drawing hands. I have to imagine Andreas is going first. This is standard format after all. Yo, we got the replay? What? What the heck? Production quality. Look at the face he made when he looked at his hand. I need that screen capped. I need that screen cap to be like, this is the face of a Lugia player. They're just looking at their hand like, what? What? I played research and drew what? That's amazing. Okay, we got some prize cards here. Seeing a single strike energy in the prize cards for Andreas is not great. Not the end of the world. You don't really need that many to get over the top on the Giratina V. Or, sorry, the Giratina V-Star, I should say. You only need 2 on the Tyranitar. So, not really the end of the world. Ooh, Sableye start from Andrej. Not great. Of course, we do say Andreas starting with the Lugia V, which is a much less stressful state than he was in the last game, that's for sure. We see the Capturing Aroma come down. Gonna grab the Squawk ability for the Squawk and Seize, but that's a lot of energy in hand, as well as an Urn of Vitality. So much to get rid of right there, but I don't know, I guess it makes sense. No supporter in hand, no other Pokemon, just energy and an unplayable item card, and he draws into 2 Archeops. Oh my goodness. Alright, we're going to see the Mesagoza come into play. The flip, it is successful. I almost feel like there's possibly an argument to not play the Mesagoza there, right? Like, if Andrej goes for the same play he went for last turn, where he puts the Path to the Peak in play, you know, you could potentially save that as a stadium bump. So I'm not sure if I agree with the Mesagoza play here, but on the other hand, Mesagoza allowing him to get that Luminion V, being able to use the Luminous Sign ability early before Andrej attempts to shut it down with Spirit Tomb is definitely very good. We do see double Archeops in the hand, so that research next turn is going to go pretty crazy. And it is not likely that Andrej will be disrupting the hand this turn, as in the early game. Awesome decks want to be playing Culver's Experiment, so he can feel pretty safe from hand disruption. So pretty good, just pretty good matchup knowledge from Andreas there. Andrej is going to flip tails on the Mesagoza again, just like game 1. That's like some serious deja vu going on right there. But he does have the Battle VIP pass in hand. It's not looking great otherwise. Do have the switch card so we can get out of the save. Well, also an energy, right? So you can attach and retreat. You can switch card into a Comfey. Looks like the grabs are going to be Radiant Greninja and Comfey, which makes sense. The switch card is going to allow you to get into the Comfey for flower selecting, and you do have that energy in hand to draw a few additional cards with Greninja. So ultimately it makes sense. But it really now at this point comes down to the luck of the draw. If Andrej can get... honestly, what he needs is more Battle VIP Pass, and I hate to say that, but like honestly, that just is what it is. So we are going to see the concealed cards. Probably didn't get too much off of it if he's going immediately into the switch cart for the flower selecting. What do we got? Doesn't look like much. This could be it could just be as unfortunate as flower selecting and pass. Oh, don't tell me that's what it is. Do you see the Iono in hand? Is he gonna drop a Path Iono? It's really his only option if he wants to keep this turn going. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, the turn 1 Path Iono from a Lost Zone deck. You hate to see it. But if there's any match where you want to do that, it's this matchup. Throwing down the Path to the Peak and disrupting the hand, getting the research and the double Archeops out of Andreas' hand is actually huge. Iono puts Andrej into 2 Giratina V. Ooh, could you imagine if that was a Jet Energy? Oh, but he's got the switch card, never mind. So he's going to get an Abyss Seeking off anyway. Pretty brutal Abyss Seeking. I saw a Colress, a Water Energy, a Mirage Gate. And see what that 4th card is, but it looks like a difficult decision nonetheless. I have to imagine Andreas is probably not happy about that Iono. Because now he's got 2 Archeops back in the deck, but not only back in the deck, they're at the bottom of the deck. So now he has to get through Path to the Peak, find his 2 Archeops again, discard them, and find his V-Star. Not particularly impossible, I suppose. Actually, yeah, there's no counter stadium in hand. And no draw supporter either, so it does look like that path to the peak is going to stick for now. We do see the Capturing Aroma for an evolution. Probably going to grab that Archeops there. He does have Ultra Ball in hand, so he can use the Ultra Ball to discard the Archeops. A couple Nest Ball in hand as well, too. Good lord. Those are like some cards he probably would have liked to see last turn. That's crazy. That is like, so playing turn 1 Iono as a Lost Zone deck, or rather specifically Lost Zone Giratina, you just don't ever want to do that. That feels so bad, but this is the rare situation where like that was just so good. It's hilarious. So the Ultra Ball getting rid of the Archeops and the Nest Ball. I'm not really sure what we're going for here. I guess you could grab another Archeops and go for Read the Wind, but that does leave you in a really vulnerable position, because if your Lugia V gets knocked out, that's the only Lugia V that you have in play, and that's going to set you back another turn. Ugh, this is really risky if that's what he's going for. Oh, he's got a Research in hand. What am I talking about? I didn't see that. I didn't see him pull the Research. Okay, so never mind. This turn could go all kinds of different. Discard your hand, draw 7, counter Stadium, but no V-Star. Oh wait, he's got Ultra Ball. Never mind, he's fine. Oh, that was his discard. I'm sorry. So yeah, it looks like his only out here is to bump the Stadium with bump the path with Mesagoza. The flip is heads. So it's going to allow Andreas to find the Lugia V-Star. And he's off to the races. Is he taking... Yeah, he can take a knockout here, actually. That's huge. That's actually huge. That's actually huge. It is going to require him to commit both Primal Turbos to the Lugia. And he did discard a ton of energy earlier. He doesn't have enough... Oh, wait. Yeah, he has to commit a double Turbo energy. Unless he has an energy in hand, which I suppose is entirely possible considering this is Lugia. If he has an energy in hand, it should be fine. But otherwise, yeah, okay, he's got the gift energy in hand. So you hate to double up on the gift energy there, as that's your way of drawing cards in the late game. But it's the only option he has to take that knockout, and that's what you want in this matchup, is you want to initiate that prize race. You want to get things moving and try to keep taking knockouts turn after turn. So, you know, not ideal stacking up V-Guard energies and gift energies, but you do what you got to do. So we are going to see the Colress's Experiment from Andrej here, followed up by the Flower selecting, finally getting things going, moving into that Lost Zone after this decision. That will be 6 in the Lost Zone, not quite enough for a Mirage Gate. So we'll have to see what he can do here. It doesn't look like there is much in the hand that can extend this play. I do believe he still has access to concealed cards. So that could potentially help him see a few more cards, maybe get to another Comfey. Looks like it's going to be attached to Giratina. And a pass back over to Andreas. Understanding that he cannot put a 2-prizer in the active in this position, otherwise he, will just get knocked out. It'll be too far behind. And Andrej knowing, hey, after that boss, you're going to take this 2-prize knockout anyway, even though I tried to prevent it. And he knows right there, at that point, you're just too far behind. Scoop it up, 5-knuckle shuffle, time for game 3. This is a pretty good series to start us out. So there we saw the cards going a lot more in Andreas's favor that game. Because it seemed like he was in a really bad spot. off of that Path Iono. But he got Iono'd into the research, so that was actually pretty good. And managed to be able to get the Counter Stadium and the V-Star after the fact, and the game was basically just his from there. We got instant replay on the streams now. That's kind of hype. The production values go crazy. Alright, moving into Game 3. And man, I just caught a glimpse of Andreas' opening hand there. Second verse, same as the first. A handful of energy and a research. No Squawkabilly to bail him out this time. Not that he has a way to search for the Squawkabilly anyway. Nothing too terrible on Andres' side. Prizing what I assume to be both of his Roxanne is a little unfortunate, but probably not the end of the world. So Andres is going to start this game as a Comfort in the active. Believe it looks like he's already used that flower selecting based on the tilt of the card. So we do have one in the lost zone. And not really much else going on with this hand here. Of course, the Spiritomb is really good, obviously, as we saw before, being able to shut down the Luminions before he even has a chance to use them. Oh, but it looks like a flower selecting and pass from Andres. Not the start you want to see. Of course, like I mentioned before, Andreas' hand is not particularly great. He did start with Lugia V, which is great. Very good for him, but the rest of the hand is nothing but energies and a research. So unfortunately, it looks like, once again, he's going to have to dump all of those energies in order to keep the game going here. Do have an Archeops in hand as well as an Ultra Ball, so we can get one of those Archeops into the discard pile. Getting things going, setting up for next turn. I have to imagine... Oh, this is tough. He is going second. There is an energy attached to the Lugia V, so you could grab another Archeops here. Knowing that Andres did not bench a Giratina, knowing that this Lugia is more than likely, in fact not even more than likely, is absolutely going to be safe this next turn. So you could opt to grab an Archeops here and discard it off of Read the Wind, which is not bad. But also at the same time, I don't know, I guess there's not really much else you can do there, right? Sure, you can grab the V-Star, but V-Star doesn't do you any good without the Archeops down. Looks like he's going to opt for the second Lugia V. Hand is not particularly great. He does have an Iono for next turn, so he could possibly push into the deck to see a few more cards. He's going to opt to Read the Wind off of the Nest Ball. And again, the Lugia V is safe, as a Giratina did not come into play in the previous turn. Andres not looking happy about that flower selecting. So we do see two Giratina V come into play. Not much else going on in the hand, though. Only other way to continue getting cards in the Lost Zone looks like it's going to be Abyss Seeking. Does he play the Path to the Peak? I mean, you probably have to, right? There's no reason not to at this point. Just hope that they don't have the Counter Stadium in hand. Go for the Abyss Seeking and see what happens. Giving up on the Latios. I already have one anyway. Don't want to mess with roamers with broken IVs. Yeah, that probably sounds a lot better for your mental health. I'll keep it real with you. Oh yeah, and a boss on the other Lugia V as well. So I ask you, shiny Beldum or good stat Beldum? I already have a shiny Metagross. Well, if you already have a shiny, then probably a good stat one. Because you're going to need Pokemon with good stats for, like, the Battle Tower stuff. I mean, not so much, I suppose, with you, since you're playing Ruby, which Ruby's Battle Tower is easier than Emerald, so, like, I guess you probably don't need it that badly, but I would still go for it anyway. Yeah, Andreas did have the Counter Stadium in hand, so he's going to bump that. Man, this man has not missed a flip on Mesagoza. That's crazy. Unbelievable. Alright, we see the Lugia V-Star come into play. I think he's only got the one Archeops down, right? He's going for the Summoning Star. Maybe he had two and I just missed the other one. Oh, yep, he's got two down there for sure. Yep, Summoning Star. Archeops come into play. Primal Turbos are on lock now. Lugia V-Star can net a KO here. It's going to commit both Primal Turbos to do it, but it's worth it because, like I said, the key to this matchup is staying ahead in that prize race. And being able to get the first knockout, particularly the first multi-prize knockout, is unbelievably important. So we are going to see that stacking up on the V-Guard, Therapeutic, and Double Gift Energy. Taking a KO on Giratina V. If I wait 18 minutes between every reset, I can get a decent stat Beldum that is shiny. Worth a shot. Yeah, I'd do it. That's what I'm doing for the Pokemon for my ribbon challenges. I'm just gonna like get the best statted shiny ones I can find because why not? It'd be fun. It does require a lot of waiting though. Yep, so we're gonna see the Tempest dive for knockout, take out the Mezicos on the process. Comphase coming up into the active, Flower selecting. We basically, yeah, you need a Colress off of this. I think if you don't get Colress off of this, you're probably just out of it at this point, I think. We got a second chance Saloon here. Flower selecting for 2 more cards. 5 cards in the Lost Zone. What do we got? Looks like Nest Ball is the choice going to the Lost Zone. It makes sense. He did get the Colress's Experiment. Wow, what a rip. Okay, so that's going to put him... Oh, it looks like he's got 6 in the Lost Zone now. So it's going to put him at 8 in the Lost Zone. That is going to allow Mirage Gate to be activated, which... Oh, man, there's a V-Guard energy on the Lugia. Oh, no. Which means Lost Impact is not going to get a KO here. Oh, what's the play? What is the play? Oh, my goodness. That is brutal. 2 Giratina V-Star, Super Rod, Cramorant, and Water Energy. Don't know what Andrej's counts are, but I feel like you can get away with getting rid of 1 V-Star. That looks like that's what he's opting to do here. Yeah, I think your play at this point is that you just got to go into the Cramorant and just hope that Andreas doesn't have the Gust. And if he has the Gust, then I think that's just game over at that point. He's going to evolve into the V-Star to make it more difficult to KO. Really helpful there. Attach and retreat. Oh. I believe he already attached an energy to retreat earlier or something like that. Either way, Cramorant finds himself active. Mirage Gate's coming down, thin the deck. Get some cards out of there while also powering up the Giratina at the same time. And we see Spit innocently for 110 damage. And honestly, it comes down to this right here, right? Can Andreas get the single strike crush powered up enough to KO a Giratina V-Star, and can he find a boss's orders? If he does, I think he just wins the game on the spot right here. Hand is not looking great. It is full of energy cards and not a boss in sight. The Luminian V is not going to be helpful in that respect because of the Spiritomb in play. Fettered in Misfortune is going to prevent him from using the Illuminous Sign ability, so that is not an option. And I think Andreas is realizing that, hey, I'm probably not getting the KO that I want this turn, so how do I set up for future turns to prevent this lead from slipping away from me? Let's see how he responds. He's really having to think this over. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? I mean, you ever played Lugia, stared at a hand full of energy, and realized that, like, man, I really wish I had not this in my hand. Yeah, we do see a collapsed stadium. I believe it probably looks like Andreas is opting to probably hold off on the stadiums for now. Oh, I spoke too soon. Getting a 2-prize liability out of play with the collapsed stadium makes sense. That does actually check out, because you want to keep your Pokemon as difficult to knock out as possible, right? I don't really know how much it matters that much, though, because if he wanted to take an easy 2-prize knockout, he could just do that with the Tyranitar anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure about that collapsed stadium play. I'm not sure if that was really something that, like, needed to happen, but I suppose it's not the end of the world. So we are going to see the professor's research come into play. Discard your hand, draw 7. What is happening here? Oh. He played the wrong card from his hand. I don't know. Ooh, I don't know how the judges are going to call that. I mean, it's basically legit, but it's really up to the judges on this. It looks like they're going to let that pass, no problem, so that's good. That would be really stupid to get a prize penalty for something like that. I see the second Capturing Aroma. Andreas just thinning the deck here. Looks like he's just trying to get himself closer to that boss's orders. Which obviously is going to be an integral card to win. Can't use it this turn because he's already played his supporter, but for future turns it will be very important, I'm sure. So let's see, at this point, Cragalanche is dealing 100 damage, so he does miss KO, so he does have to go for the Tempest Dive to get rid of the Cramorant. Andres successfully setting up KO on that Lugia V-Star via Spit Innocently. This is a way that you can get around the V-Guard energy and still be able to get the KO with Lost Impact. So Lost Impact is a thing here. We do see Gift Energy on the Lugia V-Star. I'm not sure. So we see the Iono to 3, it looks like. Gift Energy is going to activate. Andreas is going to get to draw 4 cards. You technically draw before you promote, but that's alright. Alright, he does have the boss's orders in hand. A little less useful now than it was, as there are 2 Giratina in play now. So he does still need to take 2 knockouts in order to win the game. Actually, yeah, that checks out. So he does need a single strike energy on the Tyranitar because the double turbo energy is reducing his damage by 20. So he does need 1 more single strike energy on the Tyranitar, so we see that come into play. Single strike crush can now KO the Giratina V-Star, and he has the boss in hand to take an easy prize on a Comfey next turn with Yveltal or Archeops. So it's not looking great. He's going to mill 4 cards. Deck is getting thin, but I don't think it matters. Mirage Gate comes out from Andrej. We're going to see Psychic and Grass come onto the Giratina V here. Not really sure what he has in his hand. Of course, we could see the Star Requiem this turn, as there are 10 cards in the Lost Zone now. Star Requiem would be a pretty easy KO without having to give up much of anything. So really, I think what needs to happen is we need to see Hand Disruption plus Star Requiem. We're going to see another Mirage Gate, and it looks like Andrej is understandably going all in on this Giratina, saying, hey, you take 1 more knockout, you win the game, so I'm going to dump all my resources into this Giratina, force you to deal with him. Here we go. So there's going to be the Roxanne. Both players are going to shuffle their hands back into their deck. Andres will draw 6 cards. Andreas will draw 2. No gift energy in sight either on this Tyranitar. So what all comes down to is if Andreas can just raw draw boss off of the 2 from Roxanne. He's been doing a really good job deck thinning this entire game. The deck is really, really thinned out, so it is possible he gets it here. It looked like Nest Ball and V-Guard energy, so it's possible he could top deck it. But unfortunately, it's not looking good for him as of right now. Oh, somebody scooped. Somebody scooped. I'm not sure who that was. Oh, That's... What was Andres looking for off of the Roxanne? I felt like he had, everything he needed, right? Like, at that point, I think it comes down to just hoping your opponent doesn't have boss. I guess the problem there is, right, he takes a 2-prize KO on the Tyranitar. There's no other 2-prizers in play, meaning that he's going to have to rely on something like Cramorant or Sableye to deal with the 1-prizers, so as not to deal with, or so as not to get rid of all these resources, attacking with Giratina 2 additional times. The V-Star for his... Oh, his active wasn't a V-Star? Oh. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah, if he missed the V-Star there, then yeah, that's just game then. I thought it was a V-Star. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Okay, well, good first game. A little unfortunate for Andres. Like, I felt like he was playing, like, really, really strong that entire set, but just had some really bad draws. Like game 1 and game 2 and game 3. Like, the draws were just not in his favor, which is a little unfortunate. So stuff like that, because, like, Giratina is such a ridiculously powerful deck, but if it's just not drawing well, then, like... And, I mean, obviously that goes for every deck, but, like, it feels especially bad with Lost Zone Giratina. It feels especially bad when you're just not drawing well, so... Is what it is. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab me another Dr. Pepper. And hopefully they'll have round 2 ready by the time I get back. Alright. Still got some talking heads. Not going into round 2. Come on. Chop chop. I'm just kidding. Ooh. I think in the meantime... Hold on just a second. I wonder, does this... Oh! Whoa, what happened? Okay. So what I need to do then... Pretty good round 1, though. What do you guys think? Sorry, bear with me here. I know the screen went blank. Oh, there we go. We should have had this set up in the first place. We're doing it live. Shrink me down a little bit here. Let's take a look at some Pokestats. The World Championships. Let's see who's doing what. Adjust my screens here. Okay. Alright, so I'm following quite a few players here. This seems wrong. Anyway. So it looks like Jesper Eriksson got a win. Tai Ding Nguyen getting that game 1 dub. I'm cheering for him. It's my fellow Sylveon player in crime. Piper going 1-0. Makani getting that 1-0. Yeah, Pokestats is a little bugged here. These are not the proper pairings. Andrew Mahone with the 1-0. Philip and Robin both taking the loss there. You hate to see it, but it is what it is. And of course, Andres Skubal also taking the round 1 loss. Not good. Not good. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Oh, goodness. Okay. You all have any players you want to see specifically who's doing well? I mean, the pairings on Pokestats are a little scuffed, but that's okay. Here's our standings as it stands so far. I've actually got to scroll quite a ways to find a name I recognize. That's crazy. Raymond Long, okay. Although, of course, I guess the most recognizable names are all in day 2, I suppose. Cyrus Davis with the 1-0. Robert Kimbrough. You'll love to see it. Jesper Eriksson, Tai Nguyen, Nathan Stratford. A lot of wins coming in already. That's probably a good thing. I feel like a lot of players are trying to opt for not playing decks that are easy to tie with. Piper Lepine, Grant Hayes, Joshua Frink. Here, I need to add... Oh. PokeStats Live is a little troublesome to navigate sometimes. We get Cyrus Davis on here. Yeah, a lot of the players I follow on PokeStats all made day 2. Antoine Boulet. What did Antoine do? Antoine with the dub. You love to see it. Oh, juniors have already moved in around too. How many juniors? 942 players. Oh, wait, that's just... Is that total? I guess we count the number of tables. Divide by 2. 34, 35. 35 juniors qualified. Very cool. That seems like the wrong number, but I don't know. Yeah, we have round 2 pairings for Masters. So let's just see. Let's start typing out some names. Kai Wainwright versus Cyrus Davis. Tai Nguyen versus Davi. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name. Stefan Ivanov. Yeah, okay. I was about to say, Stefan Ivanov is not a day 1 player. Does Andrej get paired into? Ryan Pang. Oh, PokeStats does have the right pairings. It's just for round 2. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. Tracking. I was like, what is going on here? Okay. Cool. Got it. Oh, Kobe Kawasaki. 01. Or rather... Alright. Now we're just waiting for round 2 to get started here. Lugia V-Star coming out to play, unfortunately. Not particularly a fan of Lugia V-Star winning games, but it is what it is. The deck is good. It is rather powerful. You hate to see it. Either way. Oops. And I'm still trying to get used to YouTube streaming here. I keep closing the things I need to see open. Oh, that is gorgeous. Look at that. Somebody bring one of those lanterns back home for me. Oops. Well, while we're waiting for the next round to get started in the next 3 minutes, now would be a wonderful time to remind you all to check out the Damage Counter podcast. We're available on all major podcasting platforms. We talk about all things Pokemon TCG, tournament results, meta updates, different product and news that's coming out, all the fun stuff. Give us a follow. Damage Counter podcast on all major podcasting platforms. If they have podcasts there, we're probably there. If we're not, we'll be there. Just let us know. Of course, there's our Twitter handles, or I guess X handles, that you can find us. See, that just sounds so wrong. Anyway, you can find us at twitter.com, at DamageCounter, at MRDCP, at Smiley_Anarchy. So definitely check it out. And of course, if you're enjoying the stream, would appreciate if you leave a like. Definitely helps out the channel, helps out the stream a lot. And yeah, just appreciate you guys hanging out with me while we watch the World Championships. Probably, as much as I'd like to watch all 8 rounds on stream tonight, probably not going to happen. It is Thursday evening stateside, and unfortunately I do have work tomorrow. So we're going to see what time it is after round 3, and then we'll make a decision there. We'll see what happens. But in the meantime, hope y'all are enjoying the show. Three viewers, 3 likes. The math is mathing. I should also mention, we got to tell this to anybody new that comes in here. If you like the stream, you'll get better pools out of the next thing you open than I did. This was a cursed ETB. I don't ever want to buy product ever again. This is ridiculous. This was bad. But if you like the stream, this won't happen to you. So like the stream. He says to an audience of everybody that's like the stream. Almost my bedtime. Man, it's kicking in for me. I'm gonna try to tough it out. But we'll see what happens. Like I said, if I didn't have work tomorrow, man, I'd have gone to like a gas station, I'd have bought like a case of Red Bull or something. I'd have been staying up all night watching this, but unfortunately, I do have work tomorrow. So it just is what it is. Looks like we are coming back. Alright, what do we got? Yo, the big Pika. Yo, somebody gave me the RK9 pairings links for VGC. I want to know how Wolfie's doing. That's my dude. I mean, I guess I could look it up myself, but that's... like, I have to do things to do that. I guess I'm gonna have to go find it on Victory Road's Twitter. I'll deal with it later. Got a lot of respect for the Chikorita pin. Absolutely underrated Pokemon.
Using that hashtag play Pokemon, and I'm interested to see what people have been showing. Leonhardt using that hashtag play worlds, and this was one of the cool things that I saw on social media. The drone show with Pokeballs and Pikachus and everything in between. So excited to see the new
Dang, that's crazy. With drones? That's kind of sick, actually.
Like I said, everywhere you look, there's Pokemon. Yeah, I gotta say, if you were like here and you've never heard of Pokemon before, it's gotta be a really weird time for you just looking everywhere, seeing all this stuff. But I think most people are very happy just looking around and seeing all the cool stuff.
So much to do. It feels like it's all been catered to Pokemon. And if you've been to any Pokemon event from national level championships to
Yo, the big peak! Yo, he won Worlds last year. Not this guy, the Pikachu. Pikachu won Worlds. Misleading information.
You're at the World Championships once again. You know, for a lot of people, this is a yearly event. They always try to make it out to the World Championships. For some people, it might be the first time that they're making it out to the World Championships. It's a different experience for everybody, but a special one.
Look at that. It's not about the journey, or it is about the journey to the destination. I mixed it up a little. The destination's great too, but this world has been insane, breathtaking. The designs, the key art, everything in between. That's what's so great about Pokemon is the amount of different things in this game.
And the venue in the surrounding area just looked incredible. To be honest. I want that Pikachu. That would be awesome. I don't know where any of us would put it, but it would be awesome. Thing's huge.
Usually it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. But yeah, in this case, the destination is pretty okay, if I say so, as the map says here.
Great things to see. And remember to keep using those hashtags play Pokemon on social media. We want to feature what you guys have been saying here at home, everywhere. Even some discussions out there as well. Trying to follow around with everything because
I mean, round 2 has started at this point, right? They're definitely making Worlds like a lot more marketable. A lot more like convention-y, which is fine. I think that's fine for Worlds, but like it has definitely taken up a lot of airtime in a lot of different ways. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I guess we'll find out.
I mean, we got more world champions. Why don't we just keep on?
You know what?
Well, we'll get to round 2 eventually, I'm sure.
playing as actively anymore. So there was a period of time where we would show up to Worlds and there would only be like 1 or 2 previous world champions still competing, but this one I think there's at least like 4 or 5 previous world champions in the field. There is only one player, of course, who has ever won the world championships in the Pokemon TCG more than once. It's Jason Kaczynski. He's won it 3 times. Feels like that's probably a record that will never be broken. But hey, there's always the opportunity for somebody to win it twice. The player who came closest to that is Shintaro Ito, who won the world championships and then got 2nd place, very close, but ended up losing to Henry Brand.
Reason I'm watching 3 streams is so I don't have to deal with any wait time. That's fair. I would, if I wasn't restreaming, I would do the same thing.
That's a great segment into our round 2 match. We've got Shintaro Ito up against
Unite is always up. That's crazy. I feel like that would take like that would partially take like the longest to get set up, right? Like, I mean, we're talking like 10 different players operating 10 different Nintendo Switches, you know, getting up and down. I feel like that would be a lot of wait time between those games. I guess not. Anyway, here we are. Who do we have here? Miguel Lopez with Mew VMAX versus Shintaro Ito is playing Chen Pao. What? Shintaro Ito rolled up with Chen Pao? Huh? That's crazy. They stream every match. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Well, I mean, yeah, right, because it's like, what, 1 team per region, so they have like, what, 7, 8, 10 teams? And like, that's it? Maybe even less than that. They probably don't have all the regions that TCG and VGC have. I guess that makes sense. How do they do it? Is it like a double elimination, or are they doing like Swiss or round robin into a cut, or like how does that work? Still though, Chen Pao was the last deck I would have expected Shintaro Ito to be playing, and I don't know why. It's not like terribly positioned in this metagame, right? Like the one pricers have kind of calmed down a little bit. Things like Guardy, things like Lost Box, those have kind of calmed down a little bit. And we're more in a multi-prize metagame, which is partly why Giratina V-Star is so good. So Chen Pao is like good for the same reasons. Man, have you ever been hand disrupted while playing Chen Pao? That sucks, man. I'm serious. It feels so bad. But he is rocking the Arceus V-Star, which I think is the absolute best way to play the deck. So Shintaro Ito is starting things off. Frigibax in the active is not particularly great, but when you counterbalance it with a Battle VIP pass, I guess you can't complain, right? Now, Miguel Lopez playing Mew VMAX is an interesting... Again, Mew VMAX wasn't even, like, on the meta graphic, right? There's just been so much Mew VMAX hate. Lots of Spiritomb around. It just feels like a bad time to be playing Mew. But you can never really count the deck out. It's insanely consistent. It's insanely powerful. Wow, double Battle VIP pass from Shintaro. So you can't ever really count it out. Meloetta in the active and a Genesect on bench. Interesting that you would bench a Pokemon before it comes to your turn, but okay. There are like 30 teams. I think they're broken into pods, so they might not actually be streaming every match. Swiss into double elimination. Don't quote me on that. Okay. That's interesting. There's a lot more teams than I would have expected, to be honest, but it's interesting nonetheless. So wow, the double Battle VIP pass. Greninja from the hand. Wow, what a setup. We've got the double Frigibax, so we're guaranteed one of them is going to be safe. You can leave a one prizer in the active. so you don't lose too much off of a Meloetta attacking turn 1, which is really good. So they can't just escape rope you into a 2-prize Pokemon. Hand, oh my god, Miguel's hand is horrible! Looks like 2 power tablets, escape rope, 2 VMAXs, and a Lost Vacuum. He's just gonna draw pass! Oh no! Oh no! So we're going to see attach retreat from Shintaro. Chien-Pao becomes active. I mean, if your opponent goes draw pass and you can KO the Genesect, I mean, surely, like, you're chilling, right? You get to take 2 prize cards, you get to take away your opponent's a piece of their draw engine. They didn't get a Mew down this turn, which means that Mew VMAX is just not a possibility at all. Of course, you do still have to worry about that Melodious Echo, so it might actually be worth getting after the Meloetta anyway, as the Meloetta can still threaten 210 plus in the next turn, if Miguel happens to find or top deck Elesa Sparkle. So probably... Shintaro's probably wanting to take that approach. We have the Ultra Ball in hand. Ultra Ball can fetch the Arceus V-Star, which can fetch whatever combo pieces are missing for the Rare Candy Bax play. And we're going to see just that. Arceus V-Star comes into play. Starbirth, one of the most broken abilities ever, gets activated. Let's see what we grab here. So I'm not seeing really any of the pieces in Shintaro's hand. Hasn't played a supporter yet, so he can just Starbirth for... Yeah, he can just Starbirth for Irida, which will get him the Candy Bax play. It looks like Shintaro might have forgotten to grab the water energy off of Chien-Pao's ability before using the Starbirth. At least that's what it looks like, so it technically, you know, by game state would be Shivery Chill for failed and Starbirths. I think that's the mistake that happened there. So we do see the Irida for Rare Candy Bax. It checks out. We do have an energy in hand from the Starbirth, as well as a Superior Energy Retrieval in the hand to get the one that was discarded earlier. Kind of an unfortunate error to make there. Not getting... Oh my goodness, he's getting 3 energy off of that. That's fine. Probably don't want to do that, but like, you know, if you gotta do it, I guess that's how you gotta do it, right? Oh my goodness. 2 to the Arceus, 2 to the Chien-Pao, and a Bibarel. There's more going on here. Some kind of judge call, maybe didn't shuffle, not really sure. Shintaro making sure that he's good to draw cards now. So we're going to see the Industrious Incisors for 3 cards. Man, turn 2 V-Star. Turn 2 Bibarel. Some more water energy coming into play. We do have the Trinity Nova on the lock for next turn. Top decks of Boss's Orders. That's not going to help him. There's no way to get any other Pokemon into play, so he has to just scoop it up at this point. That is some of the most unfortunate dead draws from Mew VMAX I have ever seen in my entire life. That was horrendous. But as the old adage goes, Mew VMAX cannot brick twice in a row, so... We'll move into this game 2. Miguel Lopez most likely going to be going first. This is standard format after all. So let's see if he can get a bit of a better start here. But yeah, grabbing that. I mean, man, turn 2, V-Star, Bibarel, and Bax. Whew. This is the Arceus Bibarel version of Baxcalibur is easily the most consistent Chien-Pao Baxcalibur deck. Hands down. It is so unbelievably consistent. This might be a quick one if he draws like that again. I don't think he will because Mew VMAX doesn't do that, but if he draws like that again, they might have to do some kind of caster thing, which would be really funny to see this early in the tournament. Alright, prize cards are set. 4 Sealstone and 1 Fusion Strike Energy feels kind of bad, but it's probably not the end of the world. Some interesting prizes from Shintaro there. Ultimately, probably fine. The 2 Ultra Ball is just really funny to me. So yeah, Miguel Lopez starting things off, starting with the Meloetta again, but we do have a Nest Ball. Nest Ball most likely going to find a Mew or a Genesect. So he can hopefully continue to draw some cards. Doing a little bit of prize checking here. Standard fare. I mean, ultimately, it really depends on what's in the hand, right? If he has, like... Yeah, so I was going to say, if he has other, like, ways to search Pokemon or whatever, then, like, yeah, he probably goes for a Genesect here and opts to get the Mew later. Ultra Ball away. Is he going to Ultra Ball the Lost Vacuum and the Fusion Strike Energy? Ooh. I don't know about that. I suppose in this matchup, I guess it's fine, I guess. Because if your opponent opens Double Battle VIP Pass like Shintaro did last game against Mew and they don't grab Spiritomb, I guess you could make the safe assumption that they don't play it. So the Fusion Strike Energy is a little less necessary at that point, but at that point, I don't know, why not get rid of the Ice Cube? But I suppose it makes sense. You can snipe with the Ice Cube. Just, you know, you kind of lower your damage potential by getting rid of those Fusion Strike Energies. So here we are. Yep, Miguel not missing a beat this time. He's got 2 Genesect in play. Fusion Strike System's going to draw him 3 cards here. Not too much off of those 3 cards. He does have the VMAX in hand for next turn, which is really strong, as well as an Elisa Sparkle if necessary. But otherwise, almost kind of looks like a DTE Mew going on right now. So passing the turn over to Shintaro, starting with the Frigibax once again. Battle VIP Pass, you'll love to see it. Also has an Irida in hand. So Irida can find an additional Battle VIP Pass for Shintaro to continue to set up. Never a bad thing. It's probably eyeing down the most important pieces of the deck. Arceus, V-Star, and Chien-Pao EX. May opt to go for a Radiant Greninja or an additional Frigibax as well. Either or, I think, works particularly well here, as long as the Arceus is one of them. That's kind of the important thing, I think. Yep, so we got Irida. We can find a water Pokemon and an item card. Eyeing, of course, the Battle VIP Pass, this being the only turn you can play it, and it just being so insanely good for your setup. Yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer. So Battle VIP Pass and Radiant Greninja. Grabs here. I believe he's got a Bidoof in hand. So we could just see Frigibax and Fail Search on the second Pokemon, or if he's got another Bidoof in the deck, you could go Frigibax Bidoof just to thin that extra card out of the deck, which is typically what I like to do. Opting to go for another Frigibax and Chien-Pao. I think Shintaro's noticing or seeing at this point that said, hey, the Mew V is in play, and I'm not knocking it out this turn. So I need to create a game plan that's a little bit more focused on these Chien-Paos, as that is going to be the easiest way for me to knock out a Mew VMAX. So likely opting for that kind of play here. Shivery Chill, getting 2 water energy out of the deck. Seems good, seems broken. Does have Radiant Greninja on bench, so he can still concealed cards. See some more cards. Not really sure. I mean, I guess you do it just to thin, right? Like, you get energy in the discard pile that you can superior energy retrieval back later. You see more cards. You get more cards out of the deck. Oh, no, he didn't even bench. Okay, yeah. Opting to bench the Bidoof over the Radiant Greninja. That makes sense. I was going to say, because I was like, I really don't think there's really much else you're looking for. Like, going for the Radiant Greninja concealed cards, you're probably just overextending at that point. Ooh, I see the boss's orders on the Arceus. That is not good. It's not what you want to see. Hand is not looking particularly great otherwise. I don't know why you would attach the Choice Belt to the Genesect and not the Meloetta, but okay, I get it. Actually, I don't, but either way. He does still have access to Star Alchemy, so we can search his deck for a card. I gotta be honest, I'm questioning the boss play. I understand getting Arceus out of play before it can Starbirth is going to be a huge momentum swing. It's going to be a huge hit to Shintaro's consistency, but, you know, you have to be able to take the knockout. Right now, Miguel's hand is dead. Only way he's going to be able to get out of this is with Star Alchemy. I could search for an Ultra Ball to thin the hand so he can continue drawing with the second Genesect and hope he finds the cards that he needs. And then on top of that, he also has a Cramomatic in hand, so if he gets another thins his hand with an Ultra Ball to get another Genesect, because he does have another bench space open, he could draw more cards, possibly find an item card for him to use the Cramomatic to hopefully extend the combo a little bit. Looks like he's opting for a Fusion Strike energy. I have to imagine... Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I see what... Right. The Mew VMAX has a double turbo in it. Okay, yes. Yeah, so he does have knockout this turn. Having to use Fusion Strike energy. I mean, he's already down like 2 Fusion Strike energy. One's in the prize. Ugh. Like, that whole kit is gone, basically. Yeah, hand is dead at this point. Can't use any of those cards. So it's going to be Cross Fusion Strike. Technoblast for knockout on the Arceus V. And again, I just don't know, man. I'm not sure about this line. I understand it, right? Because V-Star basically guarantees, like, the Candy Backs combo, which I believe is what, like, Miguel's line of thought was, to just try to prevent that by any means necessary, but I don't know. Something about that, I can't quite describe it, but something about that play just seems off to me. That makes me a little uncomfortable. So we see the Irida in hand for Shintaro Ito. So Candy Backs is happening this turn. Oh my goodness, he's got Cynthia's Ambition in there. What is Blood cooking? Candy Backs is absolutely happening this turn. He's got the tools for it. So here we go. Irida. I don't believe he has either piece in his hand, so the Irida is just going to have to be Candy Backs, it looks like. And as long as he can get 6 energy into play, then he has a knockout on this Mew VMAX, which is going to be really big. 3 prize cards, nothing to sneeze at. Especially considering that he does not have another Mew on board. Right, so Fusion Strike, he's all but 1 Fusion Strike energy is unavailable to him. Meaning that Meloetta is only going to hit for 70, Ice-Cube is only going to snipe for 40, and he doesn't have enough Fusion Strike energy available to him to power up a Genesect. So unfortunately for Miguel, if this Mew VMAX gets knocked out, it's not looking good for him. And we do see the Super Cold onto the benched Chien-Paos. That makes me think that Shintaro maybe doesn't have it. Of course, we do see the Shivery Chill. Get 2 energy cards out of the deck. We can attach those. Get some damage in play. That's all well and good. And a lot more energy than that to get a knockout, though. Alright, Super Cold to the active. Industrious Incisors for 1 card. It is a water energy, which is, again, well and good, but not quite enough. So we are going to see the Hail Blade for, I believe that's 240 damage, I want to say. Not quite a knockout, but it's solid damage nonetheless. And while there is the possibility that Miguel can Psychic Leap this away, that would force him, well, A, to just not deal a ton of damage without a ton of power tablets, which he cannot grab very easily because he still cannot thin his hand super well. But also, that does leave him vulnerable by having just a single Mew V in play. That is very squishy, very easy to knock out. So if you end up hitting with Psychic Leap, jumping back into the deck, removing all the damage, all Shintaro needs is a Gust to get that Mew V into play, and you're back behind once again. So a little bit of a problematic situation here. So we're going to see the retreat as this Mew VMAX is unable to attack thanks to the effect of Technoblast. Coming into the Mew V. He's got the switch card in hand, so looking to switch back. Five cards in hand. Can Fusion Strike System for 1. I'm going to go for the Judge. Good stuff. Like I said, hand disrupting Chien-Pao feels kind of bad. So we'll see. Judge did gift Miguel Path to the Peak. I don't think you want to play it in this scenario, as you don't have a way to guarantee a guaranteed way to remove it without getting a little bit lucky off of a Cramomatic. What did switching the Mew and Mew VMAX do for him? So the Mew VMAX copied Genesect's Technoblast attack. And when you copy an attack with Cross Fusion Strike, it copies the damage and all of its effects. And the effect of Technoblast says that this Pokemon cannot attack during your next turn. So he needed to switch the Mew VMAX to the bench to get rid of that effect so that he could attack with that VMAX again. That is one of the things that like you have to consider most when playing Mew VMAX, because most of the time, like 99% of the time, you're copying Technoblast, so that's like, you have to think about that in the next few turns. Alright, so it looks like... Yeah, it looks like Miguel went for the Technoblast there, which does make sense. So even if this Mew VMAX goes down, he does have the possibility or the potential to respond with another Mew VMAX for an easy 2-prize KO against another Chien-Pao, which would be Shintaro's most likely attacker in that scenario. We see the promotion of the Radiant Greninja here. Let's do some math. So he did 240 damage to the Mew VMAX, leaving it with 70 HP. Which means that Moonlight Shuriken does actually get a KO here. So Shintaro Ito can get... He's got a few different approaches here. He can either take a 4-prize turn by using Moonlight Shuriken to target the Mew VMAX and the Meloetta, or he can take a 3-prize turn, KO the Mew VMAX, and set up the Mew V on the bench for an easier KO for Chien-Pao on the next turn. Now, the unfortunate thing about this is that this does kind of rely on the pretenses of Miguel, or rather of Shintaro, hoping that Miguel doesn't have boss, because a boss's orders onto the Chien-Pao on the bench could spell disaster. But there's a lot more going on here, right? Like, you need the VMAX, you need the energy, probably you would need at least one damage modifier, that being a power tablet, and you would need to have a gust, all with just you know, based off of the 2 Genesects that you have. So it is possible that Miguel could miss a beat here. Not entirely sure what's in his hand, but it's a pretty good play here. So here we are, Moonlight Shuriken. He is going to opt to take the 4 prize cards, and I think that makes sense, right? So even if... That puts one less Pokemon on the field for Miguel to draw with, right? So now Fusion Strike system can only draw until he has 4 cards in hand, unless he finds more Pokemon. Of course, we do see the Genesect in hand, so that's going to up that number a little bit there. So limiting his draw by taking that additional knockout is great, but it also puts it in a spot where he no longer has to KO a Mew VMAX to win the game, should Miguel miss the pieces here. At that point, now he only needs to KO a Genesect V, which is a lot easier to KO than a Mew VMAX. Takes a lot less energy to do so. So we see another Genesect hitting the bench. Looks like Ultra Ball for Mew VMAX. We do know we have the boss's orders in hand, so the only thing Miguel is missing now is an energy, specifically the double turbo energy, because there's not enough Fusion Strikes available. Well, yeah, there might be, actually, because I think he did grab one off the prizes, but either way, he's got the boss in hand, and now just needs an energy and a damage modifier. So let's see what he can do here. I think the sequencing is important here, right? If you play the boss, you're absolutely committing to the play, and if you whiff, you lose the game. So this is 100% commitment here. We have an interesting decision to make here. You could Lost Vacuum away the Path to the Peak, but then what do you lost zone from your hand in order to do so? I would imagine probably the escape rope in this scenario, and then keep the Cram-O-Matic, draw 4 cards, and hope you find an item card to discard for the effect of Cram-O-Matic. Miguel opting to draw an additional card just to see if he can make that happen a little bit easier, and I think that draw of the Cram-O-Matic actually does kind of help here. It does allow him to play his hand down to 0, which is going to let him draw for the maximum amount of cards, which is really strong. So we see the Path of the Peak come into play, Lost Vacuum to get rid of it immediately, as well as a Cram-O-Matic in hand, and then he can play the Cram-O-Matic, discard the Escape Rope, and try to find one of the missing combo pieces. Additionally, could also draw first, just to see. So we do see the damage modifier, so now we are missing only one piece of the combo. So there's the Cram-O-Matic discarding the Escape Rope. What's it going to be? Rolls off screen. What is it? Oh, I guess it's Tails. Tails not going into the deck. There's the power tablet. Shintaro knows. He says, all you need is one card. Is it here? There is an Ultra Ball. So if there's another Genesect in deck, he can draw more cards. So we're going to see the Ultra Ball discarding the Elisa Sparkle and the Lost City. Yep. There is another Genesect available in the deck. The last one. Ooh. Saw a double turbo energy on the bottom of the deck in those shuffles. Eee. Are you just sending all these emojis? What is happening here? Shintaro goes for the cut. He braces for impact. Oh! Swing and a whiff! All those cards, all that thinning, all that sequencing just to miss it at the very end. Unfortunate. Now really the only thing... I mean, if he wanted to try to stay in this game, I think the only thing he could do is retreat into the Ice Cube and hope he has a way out of it later. And hope that Shintaro does not have the boss. But with 20 minutes left in the round, do you really want to try to stall out at this point in the game? I think you just have to scoop at this point. Miguel looks like he's going to opt to stick it out. He does have the Fusion Strike energy, so he is able to retreat next turn. If, for whatever reason, he does not get knocked out. And he passes the turn over to Shintaro. Draw for turn. Did he just top deck boss? No, okay. I thought he top deck boss. Oh, does he have a cross switcher in hand? Yep, he played the Ultra Ball to check to see if the cross switcher was in deck. See him speeding up a little bit. I think he might have the other cross switcher in hand. If so, that is game 2, set and match for Shintaro Ito. Unfortunately, Mew VMAX just not pulling through for Miguel. And he looked through the deck. He's like, I do have double turbo energies in there, right? And yep, he had, it looked like at least 2 of them chilling in there. So unfortunate, you know, you hate to see it with the bad draws, but is what it is. If you're taking a round loss, and you're taking a round loss to Shintaro Ito, you know, one of the best to do it, hey, that's not the worst thing in the world. This is 2016 world champion and runner-up to world champion in 2019. Like I said, one of the best players to do it. So if you lose to anybody, hey, it's probably a good thing it was Shintaro, right? So solid game. Well, while we wait for the next round, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. So I'll be right back. Hope y'all keep enjoying the stream for me. I'll turn this back up, I guess, in the meantime. And I'll be back in just a second.
What he'll come up with at the World Championships looks like Qian Pao EX is the choice this time, and we'll see how far it can carry him through this event.
Listen, it's only day one. Day two, a good reminder for everybody at home, you can switch your decks over from what you play on day one. So maybe just putting up a front for now saying, hey, look, I'm playing normal decks. I'm just like you all competitors. And then day two could pull out something fancy. I know a lot of Japanese players have been working hard together. I think Shintaro, Daichi, Shimada, and Ryota have all been working together for this WCS. So I think as well as Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi as well. So who knows? They could have been in the tank and cooked up something special for us to watch. And hey, look, I'm all for some spice. I'm all for another crazy deck taking down a World Championships.
Yeah, and I think Shintaro is obviously an excellent player. Always plays very well on our stream matches, but also is extremely good at making metagame calls. You know, that World Championship victory with the Mega Audino deck was a huge metagame call. It was a big risk to bring that deck, and it paid off beautifully. So he's somebody who's always analyzing what other people are using and trying to figure out what is the best deck for me to use this weekend. And looks like this time around it is this new Qian Pao EX deck. There's no Palkia in it at all, which is interesting. Just the Baxcalibur, the Babero, Radiant Greninja, and then of course that Arceus V-Star. But yeah, it worked beautifully in these two games.
We saw it again. That missed coin flip there off Chromatic. That would have essentially made or break the game at that point. So,
and yeah, you saw Shintaro, a situation I think many of us have been in, just waiting for your Mew VMAX opponent to play through their entire turn, and you just hope that they didn't draw what they needed. And this time, it did work out for Shintaro Ito, and was able to take a win here and move to 2-0 at the World Championships.
No better stage to be undefeated, but of course there's still a lot of work ahead. we say this time and time again on regional level, international level, and of course World Championship level. We've seen time and time again players get off.
I still can't believe that was one of the worst ETBs I've ever opened in my life. I'm still salty about it. That's crazy. It's just over here taunting me. This entire stack of cards right here. It's ETB. Not a single double rare. Not one. And only one IR. Just one. What is this? This is crap. Anyway. Oh, let's pull up the stats. So Caden won his round 2, so he is 1-1. I think James is still playing his round 2, so hoping for a 2-0 there. Piper 2-0, Cyrus 2-0, Tai Nguyen 2-0, Jesper 2-0. Let's go. Dang, Philip Scholes dropped. Oh no. Unfortunate. Looks like Robin's probably going to try to play it out. Andrzej Skubal still playing. Antoine Boulet still playing it out. You know, what we could also do is we could also take a look at some online tournaments that are happening right now because Obsidian Flames is legal. Just to see what's going on in that realm. Oh, well, we might not have much of anything. Yep, I can't see the metagame here, so I don't know what they're playing. I guess they're not. They don't have the website ready for Obsidian Flames yet. Unfortunate. I'm expecting too much of the Limitless guys. They're all at Worlds competing for their lives. I'm like, where's Obsidian Flames on Limitless.com? Come on, guys. Ah, well. What can you do? Does it feel like a Friday to anyone else? Keep forgetting that today's Thursday. It's messing with me. Is this live update? No, it does not. Oh. I'm so curious to know what people are playing. He's like, oh, we're live.
First of all, how do you feel having a very strong start in day one at the World Championship?
試合の勝ちおめでとうございます。このダブル戦でその
That was a lot quieter than I thought it was going to be. You know what? I'm also hungry. I'll be right back.
you tie a lot of times, it will be a problem. So a lot of players try to specifically build their deck.
My bad, I thought I unmuted.
WCS には引き分けはダメで決まってますね。だからこそチェンパウのデッキを選びましたか？
そうですね、チェンパーマックスカリバーは、ゲーム3までプレイすることがかなりできる、スピーディーなデッキなので、選んだとも言えます。
Yeah, he knew that you could always get 3 games in with Baxcalibur and Chien-Pao, and that was one
Try to play fast deck. Just a little bit more about your deck build. So a lot of
It does make a lot of sense. Like, especially like day one of Worlds. Playing a deck that can finish games quickly, like Chien-Pao, is really good. Because tying at day one of Worlds is basically losing. So you want to be able to finish games quickly. I suppose under that lens, like, Chien-Pao makes sense. It's one of the best decks at that, to be honest, because you can tell when you're in the game, and when you're in the game, you can win it quickly, but you can also tell when you're out of the game. And as long as you're a skilled player and can tell when you're out of the game, then you can concede quickly, just move on to the next game and call it a day. Welcome back.
Well, he knows that lots of players will be trying to knock out his B-barrel, and then he's got no way to draw cards with a small hand, and that's when Symphony's Ambition comes in handy, because he can bring it right back up again, because they just knocked out his B-barrel.
Yeah, the last thing I want to talk about is you're opting for cross.
That's a neat concept. Use Cynthia's Ambition as a poor man's Babarrel in situations where they KO your Babarrel. That's an interesting concept. Because I'm not going to lie, I saw the Cynthia's Ambition in his hand, and I was like, what on earth? Like, people are actually trying to play that card out here? Like, what the heck? Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Because by that stage in the game, you probably already have the Baxcalibur set up, so there's less need for Irida. Irida is obviously still very good for, like, finding the cross-switchers and stuff. But that's another thing, is that your Gust is all done through cross-switchers, so playing a supporter to draw cards is not really hurting your ability to Gust. That's pretty smart, actually.
That was a great interview. Nice to hear from Shintaro. That was a cool little homage to his deck that he played in 2019. I'm sure looking to get back in that same position on the final stage again. And Crosswitcher, it's a card that sort of emerged in decks after, remember right after the World Championships last year, we saw the View VMAX, now the infamous double turbo View VMAX decks start playing Crosswitcher. Remember Kiram VMAX and decks like Columbia putting that card back in. It's on its way here at Worlds again. It seems like the theme so far, cards that we saw last year, making their way back in again. Trainers, Pokemon, everything in between.
Yeah, we even saw Crosswitcher plus Kansen Cologne used at last year's World Championships. Yeah, you bring up the Manaphy, Kansen Cologne, use Moonlight Shuriken. Yeah, great.
Yeah, that should be better.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of similarities with Chien-Pao DX and the Bocephalon DX that Shintaro used back in 2019. Both just want to have a bunch of energy to play and get rid of them to do a bunch of damage. But both decks also have tricky other plays that can do as the game progresses. It's not as straightforward as just attack for a bunch of damage.
Cross-switcher certainly is one of the cards of all time.
With Radiant Greninja, where you can sneak in some impactful attacks. So, yeah, we'll see if
I think he was playing Cancel and Cologne.
Shintaro well once again.
I suppose it's not out of the realm of possibility, I suppose.
As well. It really is interesting to think about like what players gravitate towards certain types of decks. It seems like Shintaro has a very unique style of liking to play these more aggressive decks. Like Bocephalon, very aggressive deck. Megalodon, it was trying to get turn 2, Magical Symphony, take knockouts. Even throughout this year, I'm not
I'm gonna start having people take bets on how long it'll take them to get to the next game. I'm not trying to bust production here. I get it. This stuff is just, you know, they're working with what they got. I get that, but it does very much stand out.
A lot of the players who are already kind of waiting in day 2 are paying very close attention to which decks are being played, which ones are doing well. Then we can kind of predict, okay, what is tomorrow going to look like? Are people going to switch up their decks? Is there something we didn't think about that made a huge splash in day 1? I think back to Nashville with the Boswell Garmotor deck that took day 1 by storm, and then everybody adjusted for day number 2 and completely switched up their strategies. It's a completely different tournament, so we'll see if that happens again this year, if there's going to be any real adjustments as we move through days of competition. But for now, we're focused on the first day. We've gotten through 2 rounds, we still have 6 to go, so there's still a lot for us to learn.
Lots to learn and lots of new things this year in the Pokemon World Championships, whether it's the venue here or things happening online. The fantasy draft is happening right now for the Pokemon World Championships. You can choose a party of 6 Pokemon and earn points based on how well they perform in the Pokemon World Championships for the TCG and video game. It's open to everybody who participates in the 2023
Yo, get those fantasy teams in.
TCG boxes. It's open to U.S. residents. If you want to join, visit Pokemon.com/worlds for more information. I put in a pretty good team, I'm not going to lie. How is your team looking like, Kyle?
We'll see. It's only 2 rounds in.
You know what? I won't get too cocky yet until we see what's happening on day 2. I will say, like, the total amount of cards in the discard pile, that was something that I had to think about for a while. I was like,
That's the
man, like,
tiebreaker, right?
yeah, I'm like, I don't know if it'll come down to that. It might come down to that. It's like, I don't know, whatever you're gonna pick. I know people, I probably would try to go back again to maybe a little bit more risky. Like Arceus and I'm pretty conservative in terms of that picks. You went a little bit more out there in terms of.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna try to win, sometimes you gotta fade with the rest of the field to try to pick. You gotta pick some oddballs out there. Maybe
What are they going on about in here?
Okay, let's calm down here. We're not going that crazy.
Yeah, or like a flying Pikachu VMAX. Yeah, I mean, this is true with a lot of these like fantasy stuff. Tons of people very similar.
So stupid.
Stand out above everybody else. Sometimes you just gotta pick something really weird that ends up having a great weekend. That's your way to make it to the top.
Taking a risk, that's what these players are doing. And at home, of course, we want to that fantasy draft. So much more Pokemon, so much more exciting action. I'm excited to get into it, but for now, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back with round number 3, Pokemon TCG action.
At least that game did get relatively close to time. So hopefully we shouldn't have too long to wait, hopefully. Oh, as they give me a 10-minute timer. Well.
That's it. Regan's just going to concede he can't win the game. And Landon Kettler is your regional champion here in Portland, Oregon.
Winning regional feels pretty good. I feel like I've been a good enough player to
Oh, darn you, Trainer Hill.
And that's going to be the extension. Game over. Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Absolute master class. I've been playing the game for 10 years now. Kind of got introduced to it in elementary school. Then a friend of mine and we went to the local card shop to learn how to play. And it kind of just started from there.
Alright, for anyone in the chat room, put out a random topic for me to make a tier list about while we wait, and I'll do it.
The last year, I think I've lost him like 3 times in Swiss, and he's a great player. Usually plays good decks, has a great testing group too. Winning worlds would be like the last like mountain.
Preferably something that doesn't require much knowledge, like food or something.
Winning worlds would just be awesome.
I was hoping that there would be enough on the stream so that I didn't have to resort to playing Pokemon TCG Live in between rounds, but I guess that's where we're at. Hold on, I gotta update Pokemon TCG Live. Hooray! Well, shoot, at this rate, the stream is gonna be back before the game updates. Good God. I can't win here, man. I can't win. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to get PTCG Live set up so I could at least have something to do between the stream games, but it refuses. It won't let me. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, what is this? Ever told y'all that I hate Pokemon TCG Live? Alright, well, while we're waiting for the next stream game, and while I'm waiting for Pokemon TCG Live to install, that's right, it's another plug. Damage Counter Podcast available on all major podcasting platforms. Check us out. If there's any platform you listen to podcasts on, we're there, and if we're not, let us know and we'll get there. You can follow myself at EmerdDCP on X.com, at Smiling_Anarchy is my co-host, and you can find us at Damage Counter. Again, on the very clear and distinct X.com logo right there. Very, very clear. Yeah, check us out. Again, we're on all major podcasting platforms, so definitely check out the podcast. Pokemon TCG Live is still not done updating. I was hoping that would have given it long enough. It is taking its sweet time. There we go. Well, I guess between the next few games, we'll have something to do.
I got second place back in 2012 in juniors. I went to game 3 and lost in devastating fashion. So being able to finally get the win means everything.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championships 2020. We see a winner right here. Cyrus has on Fury. Rapid strike surge.
Oof. God, you can see how badly she was shaking during all that. Like, game 3 was given to her on a silver platter, but she's still like... Which, I mean, I would be too. On stage, grand finals of the largest Pokemon tournament outside of Japan. Yeah, I'd be nervous too, but it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of funny to see.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I left a mark on the history of this game. And it means that my long time playing all led up to this. I will be at the World Championships.
Ohio gozaimasu. Pokemon World Championships here, Dozo. My name is Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined for the first time in way too long by the lovely David Hochman. How you doing, David?
Thank you very much. It feels very nice to be back. I'm looking forward to
Alright, come on, keep up, YouTube.
which day translated to day 2 and how the players that already got their invite for day 2 will react to the meta game today.
Yeah, and of course your Japanese is far better than mine, David, but we're in Japan. I had to do a little bit of an intro. I've been learning.
Goodness, Yokohama is gorgeous.
So we've both been walking around the venue today. We've both kind of gotten our eyes on the tables. We've both, seen the first 2 games.
Sounds really stressful, plus there was that adrenaline from the knowledge that you're about to win. Yeah, oh yeah. I know that feeling. It's it's crazy, man. When you have just that like, oh my god, I won. But like you still have to make the play in order to win, and people have definitely messed up there. People have absolutely messed up there. That's a terrifying thing.
I've also been chatting with my friend, and we both know a lot of people in the community. And I chatted to some of my friends this past week, and they were saying Lugia, and one of the main reasons they like Lugia is the day 1 deck. I talked about this a bit in the interview earlier. It doesn't read your time. It is a deck that tends to win pretty quick,
So I knew the fact that there are a lot of tie-heavy decks in the format. I knew that was going to play a role in people's deck decision, but I didn't think, like, that mindset or that approach to choosing your deck for day one, I didn't think it would have that much of an effect on people's decisions. Because I think that's like the #1 reason why Lugia is the most represented deck in day one right now. Because you really don't have that problem with Lugia at all. I think people are just really worried about that. Which, I mean, makes total sense, right? Day one of Worlds, if you tie, it's basically a loss. And you need all the help you can get. So playing a deck that wins games quickly makes a lot of sense. That just tells me that if I was at Worlds day one, what I would have played, I would not be making it out of day one. I'd have been playing Urshifu, and you lose to Lugia every time. Every time. Maybe not every time, but it doesn't look good. Generally does not look good. Just another reason that people should be playing Arceus Flying Pikachu right now. What? I said it. Bought the Pokeball Plus today. Oh, that's good. Glad that you're liking it. I've been thinking about buying one of those, but like, aren't they like ridiculously expensive? I think it would make playing Pokemon Sleep a lot easier. That way I can use my phone for music like I usually do. I mean, you still can, but like it's just a little finicky, a little awkward. Wait, hold up. Did he say we have a Miraidon player on stream? Alright, come on, keep it together, YouTube. It's like a Pokewalker all over again. Well, don't say that. You're gonna make me want to get one. I have a Pokewalker. It's all the way over there. I don't feel like getting it. Jose with the Miraidon. Let's go. I love seeing some Miraidon. Is this max rarity Miraidon? That Zeraora doesn't look reverse hollow. I can't tell though. Dude, if this is max rarity Miraidon, that'd be amazing. Got it because I have to walk all across campus for classes and there are stops everywhere. Oh yeah, I used to carry my Pokeball, like the Pokeball controller for the Let's Go games. I used to carry that with me when I was in college. for that very same reason. Never had so many more items in my life. The Scarlet and Violet Showdown. Miraidon versus Gardevoir. Here's the thing. I think people have actually... Well, okay. People have been sleeping on Miraidon since it came out, and rightfully so. I think for the specific metagame that we're in right now, I think Miraidon is actually kind of okay. Like, I'm down for seeing Miraidon at Day 1 of Worlds. Not a bad call, in my opinion. But you're 2-0, and you're up against Gardevoir. Gardevoir is not a good matchup. So we'll see what Jose can do to work around this. Shinji starting the game off level ball for Celebrations Mew. It's going to hit the bench. We're going to see Attach Retreat. And that's going to put us in a Mysterious Tail, hoping for a Battle VIP Pass, and there it is. You'll love to see it, Battle VIP Pass. Gonna go fetch 2 more Ralts out of the deck and put them onto the bench. Shinji is moving so fast, oh my goodness. This man's is really trying not to tie. I mean, that's kind of been like our narrative the entire stream, is that like people are not playing Guardy or Lost Box as much because they don't want to tie. So if you are playing it for this event, it's A, because you know what you're doing, and B, because you can play quickly. And I think that's kind of what Shinji's going for here. Moving at the speed of sound. So it looks like the Battle VIP Pass got 2 Ralts. We got a Radiant Greninja in there somewhere. Pretty good start for Shinji. You can't ever complain when you get a Battle VIP Pass to start the game off. Jose, on the other hand, is going to immediately start with a Tandem unit. Absolutely broken ability. I like seeing some of the cards I'm seeing in here. Okay, we got the Celebrations Mew. We got a Squawkabilly EX in here. This is a Max Rarity Miraidon deck, by the way. This is so sick. Mans came to Worlds in style. Interestingly enough, this is not Miraidon Flaffy, and it is not Miraidon Regieleki. This is just Miraidon. Miraidon Raikou, that's it. And the Zeraors. Which I know builds like this of Miraidon have been getting a little bit more popular lately. You know, you just cut out all the support fluff. You get set up as fast as you can. You go second every time. Try to get that turn 1 KO, come out the gate swinging. Ooh, and the escape rope. That's actually pretty tough. Shinji opting to go for a Ralts here. Oh, and he's got the Bravery Charms? Yo. That go kind of crazy. Oh, he's got a Research. Never mind, he's chilling. Very much so looking for an Electric Generator here. He did already... No, he played an Escape Rope. So he is still able to retreat. So as long as he finds a generator for at least 1 energy, he does have a KO on this Ralts to start the game off. Nest Ball is going to find the Squawkabilly EX. Not too much going on in that hand. 3 energy, a generator, and a Bravery Charm. All cards that we can burn pretty quickly here. I'm going to attach the Bravery Charm to one of your basic Pokemon to make them a little beefier. Electricity Generator, looking at the top 5. Do we see any energies here? Ooh, that's a whiff. Oh, that's no good. It's not all bad news bears yet. We do have the Squawkin' Seas. It's going to let Jose see an additional 6 cards, which is all well and good. You could possibly find another generator in that lot somewhere. The board is all set up and ready to go. Yeah, because he drew into the lightning energies off of the research. Oh, it feels so bad. Oh, God. Alrighty. Looks like we do get another generator in hand. Fleet-footed for 1. Oh, retreat. Fleet-footed again. He's going for the attack. Maybe he didn't have generator. Maybe I just missed it. Ooh. Yeah, Jose just went crazy there. He played the glowing cards, essentially. Which, I mean, that's what the Miraidon deck is built to do. You play the glowing cards, you get set up quickly, and you take knockouts. Now, this is not exactly the end of the world, right? You would have loved to get a KO there, right? All you needed was 1 energy off of the electric generator, and you'd have been cooking. You'd have loved to get a KO there to lessen the number of Ralts that Shinji has in play that could eventually become Kirlias and Gardevoirs. Very good, of course. Also, you take a prize card, all very wonderful, but it's not necessarily the end of the world that he missed the play. As while it is possible for Shinji to rare candy into a Gardevoir EX and would be able to attack, it ultimately would be would not be fruitful, as the Gardevoir EX can't take a KO on any Pokemon besides Squawkabilly, which would require a Gust, and while you're still setting up is asking a lot. But also, Shinji still needs to get a lot of energy in the discard pile. I think he's got like 2 down there now, thanks to Greninja, which is all well and good. But if you want to take a meaningful knockout on turn 2 of the game with Gardevoir, unfortunately, it ends up being more of a rarity for that kind of thing to happen. So, normally leaving a frail Raikou V in the active without dealing any damage the previous turn would normally spell bad news in a lot of other matchups. In this matchup, it is not the end of the world. It can backfire, but very rarely does it. Shinji's got a pretty good setup here. We got rare candy into Shining Arcana Gardevoir. 2 Refinement Kirlias in play, ready to evolve into Gardevoir's next turn. Pretty good setup. We do see the Forest Seal Stone come out into the Raikou. Very good. Gives it the V-Star Power Star Alchemy, so Jose can search his deck for a card, add it to hand whenever he activates the power. Nice little consistency boost for a deck with no engine. We're going to see the retreat into the other Raikou, so fleet-footed, retreat into fleet-footed. A little mini engine there, just drawing a few extra cards, trying to decide what he wants to do. Arven, super nice card. Oh, looks like he's going for the Cross Switcher and the Bravery Charm. Star Alchemy going to find an additional piece of the puzzle here. Likely the other Cross Switcher. I imagine probably going after the Gardevoir here. It's definitely Jose's biggest threat, as it can become quite problematic. Can deal a lot of damage, can one-shot just about anything. But on top of that, would also force Shinji to find an EX and another Gardevoir. Going after the Kirlia instead, it's an interesting line of play. I think Jose realizing that there's not a lot of psychic energy in the discard pile, and that if he goes after the Kirlias, he can prevent more psychic energy from appearing there, which I think is really strong. So that's good resource good matchup awareness on Jose's end, realizing that, hey, you don't have a ton of psychic energy down, if any at all. I'm going to go after your Kirlias. That's going to hurt your draw power. That's going to make it a little harder for you to discard energy. And it's going to limit your evolution options later in the game. So pretty good stuff there. Going back into Shinji's turn, we see a Fog Crystal for Zacian V. Zacian could be a pretty scary attacker. Thanks to it being a Pokemon V, its higher bit of HP allows it to hit for bigger numbers that Gardevoir cannot hit. I don't really think there's a reason to commit to the Zacian now, but perhaps later it could become useful. So we do see the Gardevoir EX in hand. We're going to get the Refinement out first, just to thin the hand and draw 2 cards. Good stuff. It still doesn't look like he has many Psychic Energy in the deck. So we do see the Zacian V come down with the Forest Seal Stone. We go into Mysterious Tail, thin the deck some more. Want to try to commit to as many of these draw options as you can before you commit to the Star Alchemy. He's moving so fast, it's kind of difficult to keep up. Yeah, I gotta imagine at this point, like, you need to start taking some KOs, right, if you're Shinji. Okay, the old Super Rod to Artisan combo. Shuffle the Ralts and the Kirlia back into the deck. And get it back out immediately with Artisan, keeping the attackers flowing. All good stuff. Psychic Embrace to the Mew to attach an energy to it and retreat. Looks like he's moving up into the Gardevoir. We're going to Psychic Embrace as much as we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 energy. It's definitely going to be enough to KO the Raikou V here. So 2 prizes for Shinji. Jose's 1. Gonna promote the Raikou. General, pretty good, just general pivot. Again, with that fleet-footed ability, allows him to draw a card while it's active. So good stuff there. I'm going to start things off with the Tandem unit. Get some Pokemon into play, thin the deck a little bit. And this is where the Zeraora really comes into play. Ultimately, it looks like a really unimpressive card. I think its attack is like 30 plus 30 if it's attacking against an evolution Pokemon. Which, again, is not very impressive at all. But when you realize against Guardy, they're constantly damaging their own Pokemon, that they oftentimes end up in range of Zeraora's Battle Claw attack. So even though it is 60 damage, it is 60 damage that Zeraora can hit pretty consistently and can consistently take knockouts with, especially against Gardevoir. Giving you a 1 prize option to help skew the prize trade and kind of give yourself a low risk, a low maintenance attacker in one of your worst matchups. Definitely a great card. So we're going to see the attach for turn to the Zeraora. Research the hand away. Let's draw some cards. Deck's looking a little thin there, bud. He's like drawn so much, dude. It's crazy. Multiple fleet-footed to turn, tandem unit to thin, researches, squawkabilly. I mean, he's been drawing like mad. And yeah, it looks like he's going to scoop it up. I think the big problem there is that Jose didn't have a way to get that Raikou out of the active. Which, yeah, I mean, the beach court was down. He had to commit his attach return to the Zeraora. So he really just needed to find a switch card or another beach court or something. It looks like it just didn't show up for him. So scooping it up, not a great matchup in all honesty. Can be difficult, you know. And the crazy thing is that even if he had gotten like that KO early, like on the Ralts turn 1, I still think it would have been very easy for him to end up in the unfortunate position that he was in just now. Yeah, those are my captions. I had him turned on for the interviews and I couldn't hear him very well. I could turn them off though, if they're confusing or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I understand the reasoning behind going after the Kirlia there. But I feel like it would have given him probably better odds of avoiding a KO that turn if he went for the Gardevoir. Like, I feel like just getting ahead of the Gardevoir before it can attack, I think it's just such a big deal. But what do I know? I'm not a Worlds competitor. Look at those prize cards. 2 Nest Ball and 3 Lightning Energy. Now, 3 Lightning Energy is a lot, but this is a Miraidon deck, heavily reliant on electricity generator, so there's probably way more where that came from. What is more problematic are those 2 Nest Balls, because Miraidon decks typically don't play more than 2. And if you don't have a Nest Ball, you're probably not getting your Miraidon out. And take a look at Jose's board. He's started Zeraora and went Attach Pass. No search options for the Miraidon, no Miraidon in hand, no tandem unit. The deck is falling apart right in front of him. Shinji sees the opportunity. Starting Cresselia, which is admittedly unfortunate, not really a Pokemon you want to be starting. But when your opponent just goes Attach Pass to a Zeraora, and you have a Battle VIP Pass in hand, can't really complain. Battle VIP Pass is going to grab Ralts and Greninja. And Greninja being such a good card for this deck. Concealed cards, discard a basic energy card from your, or any energy card from your hand, and draw 2. Which is great, because you want those psychic energies in your discard pile. And again, Shinji is the player going second, so they do have access to play a supporter this turn, as well to extend further, but opting for just attach to the Ralts and pass. Oh, the top deck of the Miraidon, saving the day for Jose. This could potentially be dangerous now, right? Because Shinji only got 1 Ralts into play. Now, normally after your opponent goes Attach Pass on a lone Zeraora, you would probably feel safe knowing, like, hey, they need a lot more. Like, their setup is just looking really bad right now. They need a lot more. I think I could be safe knowing that maybe I won't be gusted this turn and I can get away with the 1 Ralts, which is, you know, there's definitely some merit to that line of thinking, but, you know, these are all basics. You have electricity generator. You know, having that turn 1 Attach Pass for a Turbo Miraidon deck like this is not as crippling as you might think, so long as they're able to draw out of it like Jose has. So we see the tandem unit for Raikou and Miraidon doing another tandem unit for another Raikou. Electricity Generator hits 2. We see those energies attached to the Raikou, so we are going to see a Lightning Rondo this turn. Is the second generator going to hit? Can't really tell based on the camera angles, but we'll find out soon enough. So the crazy thing is here is that, like, again, Jose went from an absolutely terrible board state to one that's it's kind of doing all right here. And another great thing about the Zeraora is that it has free retreat, so it acts as a pivot throughout the entire game. Jose looking for those cross switchers, trying to knock out that one Ralts, promoting the Raikou without energy first. See if that fleet-footed gets him there. Does he have an opportunity to retreat? Oh, we see the Arven. Arven finds an item card and a tool card. Does he have the other cross switcher in hand? He's got it at the front of the deck. He might have it. Oh, the Forest Sealstone. That's right. I forgot. Arven finds Cross Switcher and Forest Sealstone. Forest Sealstone, Star Alchemy finds the second Cross Switcher, and he uses that to bring up the one and only Ralts that Shinji has in play. Lightning Rondo for a knockout on the only Ralts. Suddenly this game is way, way back in the other direction. Unbelievable. He went from attach pass to double cross switcher, Lightning Rondo with nothing else in play. Now with no Ralts in play, Shinji is behind a turn, which is something you just cannot be when you're playing a stage 2 deck, a setup deck. This is an absolute huge loss of momentum here. We're going to see the Ayano come down, take advantage of the fact that Jose is starting to take prize cards, putting his hand at the bottom of the deck, and he's drawing 5. Now the few cards in Shinji's hand, the only Pokemon search option he has here is Ultra Ball, which is not ideal for finding more Ralts, but again, you've gotta have those multiple Ralts in play. You can't just, put one on the bench and hope that it'll survive, because this is a very real opportunity that it won't. A Charm too? Yeah, no, this is so busted. It is absolutely busted. Yeah, so it's going to be get that Ralts, Ultra Ball for another one, pass the turn. Now with a setup like this, Shinji does at least guarantee himself the fact that a Ralts will survive, as Jose does not have a way to take multiple prize cards in one turn, or multiple knockouts in one turn, I should say. So at the very least, one of these Ralts will survive, but even if one of these gets KO'd, it's still not looking particularly great. Especially if there's not a rare candy play to be had next turn. And even if there is, right? Like, you rare candy into the EX, and then what? You attack with the EX? Because you're not going to have another Gardevoir into play. I suppose you could get the Zacian, but then you're giving your opponent very easy 2 prizes if Zacian doesn't win you the game. So that could potentially be problematic. I'm sorry, is he playing Pokegear in Miraidon? What is this? This is the turbo of all turbo. Listen, when I said I thought Miraidon might actually be a good call for this weekend, I was thinking more like a Miraidon Flaffy. But this turbo Miraidon is going crazy, dude. He's got Pokegear. Oh my goodness. We see the Beach Court aiding in the retreat of the Raikou to the bench to Mew for Mysterious Tail. Is he trying to go for another cross switcher? Oh my god. No. There's no shot. There's no shot. I got it again. Bro, back-to-back cross switcher turns. Are you kidding me? This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Yep, cross switcher. Wow, dude, did he just Hail Mary that? Did he have a way to get back into the Raikou in case it failed? I don't even know. That's amazing. Wow, back-to-back cross switcher plays. Incredible. And while it's great that Araltz survived for Shinji here, it's still just not looking that great because, you know, again, you have to think, right? Like, the Ralts could become a Kirlia, which is great, but it's still frail and is only drawing you, you know, just the 2 cards, not doing anything too crazy. You could Rare Candy into the EX, which is most likely going to survive an attack, but is not going to be dealing any meaningful damage itself. And I think Shinji realizes that after playing a few cards to draw through the deck, not finding a way to get any more Ralts into play to keep his pulse active for this game, scoops it up, gives the game to Jose, and we're going into a game 3. Holy moly. What a sequence of events. I love Miraidon. It's such an exciting deck to watch, such a thrilling deck to play. I love Miraidon. Absolutely crazy game. I'm honestly in awe. Homeboy top decked the Miraidon and that happened. What the heck? Alright, prize card's not looking too bad for either player. If I had to guess, that's probably a 1-0 for Raihan, so that probably sucks a little bit, but other than that, seems fine. Looks like Shinji's going to be starting things off, starting with a Ralts and a Level Ball. If I had to guess, likely probably going for that same play he made in Game 1, where he grabs Celebration's Mew, tries to hit a Battle VIP pass off of that Mysterious Tail. Of course, doing a little bit of prize checking here. It's going to grab a Ralts, actually, so I imagine he probably has a Battle VIP pass or something like that in hand. I'll have to wait and see. Or maybe after that last game is realizing that he needs to prioritize double Ralts, double, triple, quadruple, multiple Ralts. I think he's realizing that he needs to prioritize that because he's in a lot more danger of losing them than he thought he was. Looks like a pass over. I wish the camera was a little bit better so I could see what's going on here. I still don't know what the board state. They have not showed the board state in its entirety this entire game. And this is frustrating. I can tell Tandem Unit is what's going on here, but I don't know what the rest of the board state looks like. Okay, just 2 Ralts on Shinji's side. Starting Miraidon bodes well for Jose. Tandem unit into Miraidon and Raikou. Tandem unit for Raikou and Nest Ball for Mew. Great startups. Got the Squawkabilly in hand as well. Gonna start attaching additional resources. Aiming for that turn 1 KO, I bet. Let's see the escape rope. Yep, bringing up Celebration's Mew makes total sense. And I think... that's an interesting question. Do you opt to Mysterious Tail first or draw some cards? It looks like Jose is looking to draw some cards. Discard his hand, draw 7, and save the Mysterious Tail for later. Oh, we got a generator in hand. Gonna opt for Mysterious Tail. Thin the deck just a little bit. Try to make hitting those energies a little bit more common. Pulling out another electricity generator, giving him an additional chance at hitting an energy. All he really needs to do is hit just the 1, and he's got the Lightning Rondo ready to go. All he needs to do after that is find a way to get the Mew out of the active spot. Generator number 2. Do we have some magic here? We absolutely do. 2 lightning energy onto the Miraidon. No problemo. We do still have access to the Squawkin' Seas, but he has the Beach Court in hand. Unbelievable. Yep, so Squawkin' Seas finally going to be activated. Discarding a bunch of energy, not a problem. There's plenty more where that came from, I promise you. Discard your hand, draw 6. And yep, going to retreat with the assistance of the Beach Court. Fleet-footed to draw an additional card, and a Lightning Rondo for knockout on the Ralts, leaving just 1 little Ralts in play for Shinji. The same situation he was in at Game 2. Oh, please tell me. Okay, he's got a research in hand, so it's not doomed just yet. I straight up thought Mans was about to attach and pass. Had me scared. All right, so we see the Iono disrupting the hand. Not too bad for Jose. I think a lot of his hand was Lightning Energy, a beach, like 2 Beach Court, and something else. Not anything too particularly useful. So an Iono to 5 is not necessarily the end of the world here. Shinji does manage to get another Ralts out, which is good. So there's at least some signs of life here. He is going to... Oh, he's got the Mirage Steps! Holy, this just turned around. Holy, he's got the Mirage Steps. This just took a turn in a completely different direction. You'll squawk on my belly till I seize. Oh, jeez. The Mirage Step. I completely forgot. Most people don't play that. But I should expect that from a Japanese player, because a lot of the Japanese players play Mirage Step, and a lot of the Western players don't. So while the Mirage Step has a whole different perspective to this, right? Like, Shinji wasn't looking too good at the end of Jose's last turn, but after a Mirage Step, I mean, that's exactly the kind of thing he needs in this matchup. The big steppies, absolutely correct. So you're going to see the Cross Switcher play going after one of the Refinement Kirlias. I do like this play. While, yes, the Mirage Step Kirlia can also evolve into a Gardevoir, it cannot draw cards. So opting to hit one of the other Kirlias instead to hamper Shinji's draw power in the next turn is definitely very strong. So you'll love to see that. We hit another generator. What kind of magic does the generator have for us now? Doesn't look like any energy in this hand. A little unfortunate, but not the end of the world. You do have 2 on a Raikou, 2 on a Miraidon, and 1 on another Raikou. And realistically is all you're going to need, especially when you consider that, you know, you have attached returns and a bunch of energy in deck still, as well as the prize cards, actually. So we are going to see Lightning Rondo for knockout on the Refinement Kirlia, hampering Shinji's draw power just a little bit, but with 2 Refinement Kirlias in play, and the possibility for at least one of them to become the Chilling Reign Gardevoir, Shinji is still going to be able to draw quite a few cards this turn, while also getting rid of a bunch of Psychic Energy in the process. Speaking of which, we see the Fog Crystal for the basic Psychic Energy that is about to hit the discard pile from the Refinement Kirlia. So here we go, Refinement, discarding the Psychic Energy to be brought into play again later. Looked like another Pokemon in Energy. Not really sure if that's what Shinji needed here. So we're going to see attach for turn to the active Kirlia and an Iono. Shinji hoping to find himself a Gardevoir. I think he's got quite a few Pokemon in that hand. You see the Radiant Greninja come into play. Fog Crystal is in hand as well as the Psychic Energy. So he's going to be able to discard an energy and draw an additional card. Yep, so there is the Chilling Reign Gardevoir. Shining Arcana, draw 2 and attach any energy you find there. Hitting one off of the Arcana is actually huge. So we have 150 damage coming from this Gardevoir currently without any damage counters on it. Now granted, that part doesn't really matter because it'll get knocked out no matter what, but still, you like to see it. We see Shinji playing down his hand, thinning the deck, thinning his hand, you know, getting rid of cards that he doesn't want to see later in the game, like the Fog Crystals and the Level Balls. Great for getting set up, great for the mid game when you need to, you know, get the Kirlias and stuff, but once they're all out, those Level Balls are not exactly something you want to be seeing in the late game, so just playing them now just to get rid of them. It's definitely strong. Doesn't find the EX and is unable to get the KO on the Raikou. Only hitting for 150 damage. Not an ideal situation to be in. Jose has already taken 2 prize cards. We're coming along to turn 3, I think, for Shinji. Not a single prize card has been taken. Not what you want to see. Back over to Jose. Probably feeling pretty good knowing his Raikou gets to get another attack in. We're talking 3 prize cards off of just this one Raikou. It's been putting in the work. So at this point, all he has to do is just keep setting up his backup attackers and make sure he keeps taking prize cards. Electricity Generator is going to find 1 Lightning Energy for the Miraidon. So now that's 3 different attackers powered up and ready to go. And with this Gardevoir in the active spot, that is admittedly one of your bigger threats. So you can safely, you know, I think you're in a position where you can safely go after it, and you know, not having to worry about not having to worry about gusting, you know, the most prime target. It looks like Jose might be going for that line of play as well, or anyway. He does have the 2 cross switchers in hand. Is going to use it to bring up a Refinement Kirlia. This is also kind of good, right? Because that leaves only one Kirlia in play, meaning that if he wants to get the EX, it's only going to that one Kirlia unless he has rare candy on the Ralts. Right? Just kind of limiting his options here. I also like the decision to attack with the healthy Raikou instead of the damaged one. Just to deny some prize cards, keep Shinji from making much of a comeback, if anything. The hand is massive, but there's not really much going on there. Seeing Battle VIP passes, Professor's Research, rare candy, but no Gardevoir. See the Artisan come into play. Can use that to fetch a non-rule box basic Pokemon from the deck and put it onto the bench. Could be going for another Ralts here, as a lot of his Ralts were saved from using Mirage Steps, so not all of them got put into play, and I think all of them are in the deck, actually, which is really funny. We're going to see the boss's orders on the damaged Raikou, just so Shinji can try and take a few prizes here. As let's not forget, there is a Gardevoir EX that's prized, and that's honestly kind of the big thing that's hurting Shinji here. There's a Gardevoir EX that's prized, and the other one has continued to remain MIA. So we're going to see Brainwave for 180 damage, the knockout. 2 prize cards, possibly hoping to find that Gardevoir EX. Iono. Oh my god, is that the joke? Oh, you whiffed the EX off the prize cards. Is that the joke? I just kept thinking of, like, Ion. I'm so mad. If that's the joke in her name, that's very funny. Alright, so Jose's still up a prize card against Shinji. It is possible that this starts to take a bit of a dour turn if he cannot keep up the knockouts. Of course, I mean, he's got plenty of energy in play. He's going to be able to keep up the knockouts, but yep, we're going to see the Lightning Rondo for knockout as Jose uses a Raihan to power up a Miraidon. Honestly, at this point, I am, like, a little slightly concerned about attacking with the Raikou in this instance instead of the Miraidon, as Raikou is rather frail. It's got 200 HP. Not a difficult number for Gardevoir to hit at all. Now, granted, looking at Shinji's board state, man's needs a miracle, honestly, at this point. He still needs Guardi EX. Psychic Embrace, Guardi EX has not hit the board once this game. And he also either A, needs rare candy into Chilling Rain Gardevoir, or B, needs to attack with Zacian. And actually, you know what? That option B is not even an option, because if he attacks with Zacian, he loses the game. Like, the game is over if Shinji attacks with Zacian, so Now, so granted, being able to attack and take a knockout with Chilling Reign Gardevoir this turn is highly unlikely. But it is possible. And if it happens, that's going to put Jose in a bad spot. And I think Shinji recognizes this, as I think that might honestly be his only out to win. If that play happens this turn, then Shinji has an out to win. But if that play doesn't happen this turn, I don't see how he can turn it around. I don't think he can get the damage or the knockouts with enough time. Reversal energy, that's pretty big. It's not needed, but it's pretty big. We're going to see the Avery. That's an interesting card coming from a Guardy deck, but not really anything that hurts Jose too much. We do see the rare candy into the Chilling Reign Gardevoir. This could be it, as long as Shinji can find the EX. He should have a knockout here. Yep, there it is. Uh-oh, this is not looking good. Stack up all that energy on the Gardevoir. We are taking a very easy one-hit KO on this Raikou V. We've got another Kirlia on the bench, meaning that if this Gardevoir gets knocked out, then that Kirlia can evolve into another Chilling Reign Gardevoir and take the final 2 prizes to win the game. So we're going to see a knockout here for 2 prizes. Jose is really only going to be able to take 1 this turn, and Shinji could very easily take 2 the next turn. It's coming down to the wire, but I think Shinji might have actually found a way to turn this around. Now, of course, Jose does still have the option of skewing the prize trade, forcing a 1 prize KO with that Zeraora, as the Battle Claw attack will deal 60 damage, which will be enough to KO the Gardevoir, which is all well and good. Shinji's hand is absolutely massive. So I gotta imagine there's probably a boss's orders in that hand, right? So I think if I'm Jose in this situation, I want to get the Zeraora powered up. I want to attach an energy to the Zeraora, and I want to find an Iono, or I want to find some kind of hand disruption to reduce Shinji's hand size and hope that he doesn't find the boss next turn. So we're going to see the retreat into Zeraora. We have Pokegear in hand. We even have the Bravery Charm to make the Miraidons even bigger, even harder to deal with, but no hand disruption. The Battle Claw is going to take the knockout. Does Shinji have a boss's orders in hand? Well, I suppose he needs boss's orders and the Gardevoir, so it's more than one piece that is needed here. But again, his hand is massive. We have a potential draw 6 on the board. Well, draw 4 now. Yep, and the boss in hand. Yep, and that's going to do it. Shinji found a way to turn that around. Whew, when all seemed lost, Shinji managed to turn it around. The Mirage Steps coming in clutch. I guarantee you Mirage Steps is what is honestly the difference maker there. Because this start was like looking really bad, but Mirage Step like saved it. I do genuinely think Mirage Step was the difference maker there. That's crazy. What a good game. What a game. Alright, do you think we get a game in the next 19 minutes or no? We'll stick it out. We'll wait for it. If they don't start a game in the next 19 minutes, I think I'm going to call it for the evening. Unfortunately, do need to get some rest. So, we'll stick it out. We'll see how quickly they get into the next game. If it's relatively quick that they get into it, then we'll take a look. Otherwise, we'll call it for the night. Well, meanwhile, let's take a look at some stats. We all like stats. Oh, my nose is starting to run a little bit. I don't know, that's what the subtitles are saying. Oh, the subtitles said that? I didn't even see that. That's hilarious. Holy, look at all this red. Yeah, Philip Scholl's dropped at 0-2. Just unfortunate. Andres Skubal is 1-2. Ugh, doesn't that mean... Would you have to win out at 1-2? I think so. Robin Scholes, 1-2. Makani Tran, 1-2. Andrew Mahone, 2-1. Jesper, Piper, Ty, Cyrus, all 2-1. The lovely Antoine Boulet is 2-0-1, which might as well be 2-1, but hey, at least the points say you're above these people, right? That's so funny. I will say, if nothing else, that round 3 was very entertaining to watch. I absolutely love Miraidon, man. That deck is so much fun. Why is that deck so fun? I've got a lot of 201s in here. Okay. What do we got going in here? Oh, wait a minute. Lunch break is after round 3, isn't it? I think it is. Trying to see. I know they had the schedule. Round 3 and lunch. Oh, well, yeah, but they do like they pull a match to have on stream during lunch, though.
Round 3 winner, Shinji Mori. Congratulations on your opening victory here. It's awesome that you got that opening victory there. We saw you're playing against the Miraidon player. Was that a deck that you were thinking about when coming into this opening tournament to day 1 of Worlds?
ミライダンのデッキとの対戦だったと思うんですけれども、それを期待していましたか？
デッキタイプは全くわからなかったんですが、そのミライドンの方に
I like Kyle Sablehouse not looking like as professional as the rest of the crew is hilarious to me.
Matchup, but I did know that there wasn't going to be path to the peak, so I thought that it could be advantageous for me in terms of the matchup.
Very cool. Yeah, we saw playing against a pretty interesting matchup there. It looks like it's a little favored for you. You were able to work in that Mirage step from the Curlia in that matchup. Is that something that you were thinking about going into how you set up your...
I do think optimal Miraidon plays Path. Probably like a higher count than most people have been doing, for the few that are doing it. But I do think optimal Miraidon plays Path. I think it's Miraidon Flaffy with Path, I think. Personally.
多分ネットでは荒れてると思うんですけど、僕が手札にエネルギーがあって隠し札を打たずにレベルボールもあったのにラルトスを置かずに多分、ラルトスに手張りで番を返して多分アイテムクエスチョンだったと思うんですけど、相手の1ターン目のコードが渋くてこれは裏まで行かれないだろうってちょっと慢心してしまって次のミラージュステップから入ろうと思ってたところを咎められたので、これは2戦目負けたなと思ったんですけど、25分までは戦って相手のデッキに行き道があるのかないのかというのを探ろうと思ってちょっと2戦目は25分ぐらいまでは戦いましたね。
It was a very long second match and it was quite difficult. And I did use the Mirage step to set up my board as you expected.
Yeah, that was very incredible to watch. We saw your opponent playing a lot of those cross switchers, boss's orders, a lot of cards to worry about. How did you feel when you got down to that last turn? You didn't have to worry about those. You were able to find those Pokemon to close out and win with that reversal energy.
相手の方がボスの指令などクロススイッチャーなどたくさんのカードがあったと思うんですけれども、最後の方で確認してなかったことで、ポケモンの攻撃で倒せたっていうことでしょうか。
そうですね。3戦目で
Yo, shoutouts to the translators for real. That's not an easy job.
そのアルカナシャインとサナイト EX に触れないと負けで相手がジェネレーターを全部切っていたので、例えばライチュウ V とかでもうサナイト EX がワンパンされる心配もうないだろうと思ってキバナからのクロススイッチャーももうリソースがなかったスイッチャーのリソースがなかったので、もうサナイトがワンパンされることは多分ないだろうって判断がここでアルカナいければ勝ちだな。でも博士をいけたら確実にサナイト X になれるんですけど、手札に飴が全部引いてしまってたので、もうセイボリーで引くしかないってところで、運よく引けたなっていう3戦目はですね、相手のプレイヤーもとてもうまかったです。
The other player was very good. I also knew that with the electric generator, my opponent had used up all of them. So I knew that if I could get the Arcana Shine, then I would be able to set up the board and attack, and I didn't have to worry about the opponent's Raichu, the one KOing me.
Yeah, we were worried about that watching backstage. The Raihan wasn't there to get that Pokemon, to get the final prizes. You were able to close out.
I completely forgot about Raichu. Yeah, he could have got a Dynamic Spark KO on the EX. Well, not that he could have. He might not have had the cards in hand to do it, but I forgot that was an option. That's crazy. Yo, Miraidon might just be that deck, bro. I do really think that, like, Miraidon Flaffy with Path is just, like, insane. Very underrated. Still, like, you know, Miraidon. But I think that deck is a lot stronger than people give it credit for. Might have to put my money where my mouth is. Wait, pairings have been hidden? Why? Uh-oh. Somebody messed up. Mentioned Chamzam was good earlier. What are its strengths and weaknesses? Specifically, Art Charizard is surprisingly just absurdly consistent. Like, between Starbirth and Quick Search, I mean, you're never, like, missing anything, right? And when you can get a 330 HP Pokemon into play that deals, like, solid damage that quickly, that consistently, that's going to be a problem for a lot of decks to deal with, right? So, having that early aggression is really good. Being a dark type, so you hit Guardian Mew for weakness is very good. Being just so honking big and essentially having no weakness because there's no, like, amazing grass type Pokemon in the format right now is also really good. Gives you an edge against, like, Lost Zone decks. Just because you have this big beefy Arceus alongside a 330 beefy EX Pokemon that Lost Box just has a hard time dealing with. And I just overall, it's just really strong. It sets up consistently and quickly, and has enough going for it that it just gives a lot of the other decks in the format a massive headache. At least that's how I see it. There still needs to be, there still needs to be some testing done, but my biggest concern... Oh, hey, look, that was us. You saw us in the video. Anyway, my biggest concern with Charizard is, like, how does it do... If the Obsidian Flames format becomes a path-heavy format, how does Charizard react to that? You know? Does it just play a high amount of stadiums and hope that it doesn't get stuck under path? If that's the case, then I probably don't want to play it, to be perfectly honest. But I think there is a lot of potential for us to work out, like, the path problem. Haven't made my build yet. No. You got time. Like, I've not put, like... I've been testing it. But I haven't really put that much time into it. Just because I was just going to wait until after Worlds, but... Just so far on the surface of it all, it just seems so stupidly strong. Part of me... I really like Arceus in the list. Like, Arceus and Charizard, like, go together, like, really well, I think. But there's part of me that, like, in deck building, I'm just like, do I need this? Like, what if I just play V's and Forest Sealstone and just, like, call it a day? Save myself some deck space. Play some basic fire attackers. You know, get a little bit of extra room for other cards that I've been wanting. But then I look at it and I'm just like, or I could just play Arceus because Arceus is so good. It's always, there's always potential to play Lunarock to deal with Path, but that seems clunky. I was thinking of that earlier. Because I agree, I felt like it would be clunky. Like, it would take a lot of deck space, a lot of bench space. Stuff like that. But in theory, we could probably, like, you probably build the deck in a way to do that, right? So that probably maybe requires slimming down on the Arceus package and just going full Charizard Pidgeot, possibly. That way you can kind of keep things condensed. I think my biggest problem, like outside of like how clunky it seems, is just like if one of them gets knocked out, Path is in effect again, and then it's just like, okay, how do I get the Lunatone or the Soul Rock back, or do I have a stadium bump or something, you know? Stuff like that. It's a great idea. Wish I had thought of that earlier. If you're talking about the Forest Seal Stone and the V's, I know you thought of that. It's just something that's been going through my head. It's just like I said, man, Arceus is just so crazy. Like, Starbirth is a lot more flexible and makes Dark Zard a lot more consistent than Star Alchemy does at the end of the day. But the Star Alchemy approach does give you an out to Path, so long as you haven't used Star Alchemy, so. They're targeting Lunarok, they're not targeting Charizard. Or Pidgeot. Which I suppose makes sense. So I don't know. Yeah, I think if Obsidian Flames format does end up being a path heavy format, then I think that's a direction we can look in. But until we have evidence of the format going in that direction or meta shifting in that direction, it's one of those things I think we just have to wait and see. I was going to wait and see if they can get another game in before 11:30, but I guess it's not going to happen. So I may end up wrapping this up here pretty soon. Hope the kids do well. Yeah, I'm going to keep up with them. I think they're both 1-1 last I checked. But I don't know. But I'm sure we'll see them in Top Cut, so it'll be great, I'm sure. But on that note, I am going to call it for tonight. Good 3 rounds. They've got about 5 more left in day 1. So for everybody that's going to stay up and continue watching, have fun. I am going to hop off of here and get some sleep. I'm not going to be streaming day 2. Got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow, so unfortunately not going to be able to stream day 2. But I will be back for Championship Sunday. At the very least, we'll watch the grand finals for the Junior, Senior, and Masters division of TCG. And maybe some of the other games as well, if I have the time for it. But with that being said, everybody, thanks for watching. Don't forget, check out Damage Counter Podcasts, available on all major podcasting platforms. Like I said, we do episodes every other Thursday. In fact, our newest episode just went live today. So yeah, check it out. But in the meantime, I'll catch you in the next stream. See you later. See you Sunday? Yeah, probably. Probably. Have a good night.